Your story isn't finished. It's being written right now. Every victim narrative you tell yourself is a choice. What if your past doesn't define you? What if it's just data? Here's the truth. You're not broken. You're just following someone else's script. The architect inside you already exists. It's waiting for permission. Why do some people transcend trauma while others stay trapped? What separates those who rebuild from those who repeat? You're about to learn the exact process. No theory, just rewiring. There's a version of you that exists beyond the pain, beyond the story you've been telling for years, beyond the identity you've built around what happened to you. That version isn't some fantasy self living in an alternate universe. It's accessible right now, in this moment, through a single decision that most people never make. The decision to stop being the narrator of your suffering and become the architect of your transformation. You've heard it before. Take responsibility. Move forward. Let it go. Empty phrases that sound like wisdom but feel like dismissal when you're actually living through the aftermath of real trauma, real betrayal, real loss. This isn't another one of those conversations. This is about understanding the mechanics of how victim narratives work, why they're so seductive, and how to dismantle them without gaslighting yourself about what you've actually been through. The story you're currently telling yourself about your life has a structure. It has themes. It has recurring characters and plot devices. And whether you realize it or not, you're both writing it and performing it every single day. Every time you explain to someone why you can't do something because of what happened 5 years ago, you're writing. Every time you make a decision based on protecting yourself from a repeat of past pain, you're writing. Every time you say the words, "I'm just not the kind of person who," you're cementing another chapter in a story that might not actually be true. Here's what most people don't understand about victim narratives. They're not lies. They're based on real events, real pain, real injustice. The problem isn't that you're making it up. The problem is that you're letting a past event write your future chapters. You're giving authorship of your life to something that already happened, something that's already over, something that exists now only in memory and the meaning you've assigned to it. Think about the last time you told someone your story. Not the surface version, the real one. The one about why you are the way you are, why you struggle with trust, why you can't seem to break through that ceiling, why relationships always end the same way. As you told that story, how did you feel? Was there a part of you, maybe a small part you'd never admit out loud, that felt a sense of relief, a sense of justification, a sense of being understood in your suffering? That feeling is the emotional payoff, and it's exactly what keeps you trapped. Sarah sits across from her therapist, 7 months into weekly sessions. She's talking about her mother again. The narcissistic mother who never validated her, who criticized every choice, who made Sarah feel invisible unless she was achieving something worthy of bragging about to friends. Sarah is 42 years old. Her mother has been dead for 3 years, but she's still letting her mother write the story. I just can't shake this feeling that I'm not enough. No matter what I accomplish, there's this voice that says it doesn't matter. I know it's her voice. I know she's gone. But I can't seem to turn it off. The therapist nods, makes a note, and asks the question she's been asking for months. What would it feel like to be enough? Sarah's eyes well up. She starts to answer, then stops. The truth is, she doesn't know. She's never actually tried to imagine a version of herself that exists outside of her mother's judgment. Her entire identity is built on the foundation of not being enough. If she lets that go, who is she? This is the architecture of victim identity. It's not just a story about what happened. It's a structure you've built your entire sense of self around. Taking it down feels like self-destruction because you've confused the story with your actual identity. You think you're protecting yourself by holding on to it. You're actually preventing yourself from becoming anything else. The shift from victim to architect doesn't start with forgiveness. It doesn't start with positive thinking. It doesn't start with affirmations or gratitude journals or any of the other tools that well-meaning people throw at you when they don't understand the depth of what you're carrying. It starts with a single, uncomfortable question. What am I getting from this story? Not what happened to you. Not whether it was wrong. Not whether you deserved it. What are you getting from continuing to tell it the same way? What does it allow you to avoid? What does it excuse? What does it explain? What responsibility does it lift from your shoulders? For Sarah, the answer is brutal and beautiful at the same time. Her victim story about her mother allows her to avoid the terrifying possibility that she might still not be enough even without her mother's voice. It allows her to blame someone else for her lack of career advancement, her failed relationships, her inability to finish the novel she's been working on for 8 years. It gives her something to talk about in therapy, at dinner parties, in late-night conversations with friends who validate her pain. It makes her interesting. It makes her sympathetic. It gives her an identity that feels more solid than the uncertain, undefined self she'd have to confront if she let it go. You might be thinking right now about your own story, the betrayal, the abuse, the abandonment, the injustice, and you might be feeling defensive, like this is somehow suggesting that what happened to you wasn't real or wasn't wrong. That's not what's happening here. What happened to you was real. What was done to you might have been genuinely terrible, but the story you're telling about it, the meaning you've made from it, the identity you've built around it, that's something different. That's something you have control over. The victim asks why this happened to me. The architect asks, what can I build from this? It's not a better question because it's more positive. It's a better question because it returns power to the only person who can actually do anything with it. You. Right now, in this moment, you have an opportunity that most people never take. You can look at your life as raw material instead of a finished tragedy. You can see your past as data instead of destiny. You can recognize that every story about who you are is just one interpretation of events, and interpretations can change. But first, you have to be willing to examine the exact narrative you've been running on loop. Take a moment and think about the story you tell, most often about yourself, the one that explains your struggles, the one that starts with what someone did to you, or what circumstance shaped you. Can you see it clearly? Can you feel how familiar it is? How many times have you told this story? How many times have you refined it, perfected it, made it more compelling with each retelling? That familiarity is comfortable, it's known, it's safe, and it's keeping you exactly where you are. The transition from victim to architect requires you to hold two truths simultaneously. What happened to you was real, and the meaning you've made from it is a choice. Your feelings are valid, and they don't have to determine your actions. You were genuinely hurt, and you're not helpless now. This both and thinking is what most people can't sustain. They collapse into either or. Either what happened was terrible and I'm forever damaged, or I need to get over it and pretend it didn't matter. Neither of those is true, and neither of those gives you any power. The architect's awakening happens when you realize that your past is material, not a mandate. Everything that happened to you, good and bad, is now just information. It's texture, it's context. But it's not a script you have to keep performing. You can take the same events and write a completely different story about what they mean and who you became because of them. Michael is sitting in his car outside the office, where he's about to interview for a position he's not quite qualified for. He's 29. He grew up with a father who told him he'd never amount to anything, who mocked his dreams, who compared him constantly to his older brother, the successful one, the golden child. Michael has been telling himself for 15 years that he's not good enough because his father said so. And right now, in this car, he has a choice. He can walk into that interview carrying the story of the damaged son, the one who wasn't loved right, the one who has to work twice as hard because he started from behind. Or he can walk in as someone who learned early how to survive criticism, how to develop internal motivation, how to prove himself in hostile environments. Same childhood, same father, completely different story, completely different identity. Michael closes his eyes. He thinks about the version of himself that walks in there as an architect instead of a victim. That version doesn't need this job to prove his father wrong. That version sees this opportunity as interesting, not as a referendum on his worth. That version knows that whether he gets hired or not, he's still building something. He takes a breath, opens the car door, and makes the decision. Just for this hour, just for this interview, he's going to try on a different story. This is how it starts. Not with a complete transformation, not with erasing the past, with a single moment where you choose to interpret events differently, where you choose to see yourself as capable instead of damaged, where you choose to act from possibility instead of protection. But here's what nobody tells you about this shift. Your brain will fight it. Your body will resist it. Your entire nervous system is wired to the victim narrative because that narrative kept you safe. It explained the danger. It justified the fear. It gave you a reason to stay small, stay hidden, stay protected. When you start to step into architect identity, every alarm in your system goes off because you're doing something unfamiliar. And to your primitive brain, unfamiliar equals dangerous. This is why the shift can't just be cognitive. You can't think your way into a new story. You have to practice it. You have to embody it. You have to make micro decisions every single day that reinforce the architect identity until it becomes more familiar than the victim identity, until it becomes your default setting instead of something you have to consciously choose. Let's talk about what that actually looks like. You wake up tomorrow morning. Before you even get out of bed, your mind starts running its usual program. The worries, the resentments, the replay of past conversations, the anticipation of future problems. This is victim mode. It's scanning for threats, rehearsing pain, preparing for disappointment. The architect wakes up and asks a different question. What's one thing I can build today? Not accomplish, not achieve, build. Because building implies something cumulative, something that adds to a larger structure. something that matters beyond just getting through the day. Maybe you're building a skill. Maybe you're building a relationship. Maybe you're building evidence that you're capable of something you previously thought was impossible. But you're building. And that subtle shift in framing changes everything. You're in a meeting and someone criticizes your idea. Victim mode hears. You're not smart enough. You don't belong here. This is just like that time in school when you were humiliated in front of everyone. Architect mode hears. Interesting feedback. Let me extract what's useful and discard what's not. This is information that can make my next version better. Same words, same situation, completely different internal experience. Your partner says something that triggers old wounds. Victim mode goes into the story. Here we go again. Nobody really sees me. I'm always going to end up alone. This is just like my parents. Architect mode pauses and asks, what's actually happening right now versus what story am I adding to this? Is this person actually my parent, or am I projecting? Is this situation actually the old pattern, or am I interpreting it that way because that's my default lens? This is the daily practice. This is the rewiring. Catching yourself in victim mode and choosing in that moment to switch to architect mode. Not perfectly, not every time, but more often, incrementally, until the new pattern becomes as automatic as the old one was. Now, some of you are thinking this sounds like toxic positivity, like I'm asking you to gaslight yourself about real problems. That's not what's happening. The architect doesn't deny reality. The architect just refuses to be helpless in the face of it. There's a massive difference between acknowledging that something is difficult and deciding that you're powerless to do anything about it. Victim says, "This is too hard. I can't do this. I wasn't given the resources other people have." Architect says, "This is hard. I'm going to need to be strategic. Let me figure out what resources I can access or create." Both statements acknowledge difficulty. Only one maintains agency. Victim says, "People like me don't get opportunities like that. The system is rigged. There's no point in trying." Architect says, "The system has barriers. I need to understand them so I can navigate around them or break through them. Let me study people who've done it." Both statements acknowledge systemic issues. Only one keeps you in motion. The difference isn't optimism versus pessimism. It's agency versus helplessness. And agency is a skill you can practice. Here's where it gets interesting. When you start practicing architect thinking, the people around you might resist it. Because your victim story served a purpose in your relationships too. It created a role for others to play. The rescuer, the validator, the fellow victim, the person who agrees with you about how unfair everything is. When you stop playing your role, it destabilizes their role. And some people will not like that. You'll start to notice who's invested in you staying small, who gets uncomfortable when you talk about building instead of complaining, who changes the subject when you share a win, who reminds you of your limitations when you express ambition. These people aren't necessarily bad. They're just comfortable with the old story. And your new story threatens that comfort. This is where the real work of dismantling victim identity begins. Because it's not just about changing your own thinking. It's about changing your entire ecosystem, your relationships, your environment, your daily inputs. Everything that's been reinforcing the old narrative has to be examined and often restructured. Think about the media you consume, the conversations you participate in, the social media you scroll through. How much of it is victim-focused? How much of it is about what's wrong, what's unfair, who's to blame, why things are terrible? And how does that input affect your thinking? Does it make you feel empowered or helpless? Does it make you want to build or give up? The architect curates their inputs ruthlessly, not to avoid reality, not to live in a bubble, but to maintain the mental and emotional state necessary for building. You can be informed about problems without marinating in them. You can be aware of injustice without making it your entire personality. You can acknowledge pain without setting up permanent residence there. Let's do something right now. Close your eyes if you're in a safe place to do so. If not, just soften your gaze. Take a breath. Imagine yourself 5 years from now. The version of you who fully made this shift. The version who stopped identifying as a victim of circumstances and started identifying as an architect of possibilities. What does that person look like? How do they carry themselves? How do they talk? What do they believe about themselves? What have they built? Who have they become? Don't force it. Just let the image emerge. Notice what you see. Notice what you feel. Notice if there's resistance or excitement or both. This person already exists as potential. The question is whether you're willing to become them. Open your eyes. That vision you just had, that's not fantasy. That's accessible architecture. But you have to be willing to let go of the identity you've been carrying to make room for it. And that's the part most people can't do. Because letting go of victim identity feels like betraying the younger version of yourself who survived through that story. It feels like saying what happened didn't matter. It feels like giving the people who hurt you a pass. But that's not what's happening. Letting go of victim identity is actually the most profound way to honor what you survived. Because it says, what happened was terrible, and it didn't break me. It shaped me, but it doesn't define me. I'm taking everything I learned from that pain and using it to build something that wouldn't exist without it. The people who hurt you don't get a vote anymore. The circumstances that shaped you don't get to write your ending. The younger version of you who survived did their job. They got you here. Now it's your job to take it further, to build on that foundation instead of staying trapped in it. This is radical responsibility, not responsibility for what happened to you, responsibility for what you do with it now. And this is where most people get stuck, because taking responsibility feels like blame, like you're somehow at fault for the situation you're in. That's not what responsibility means. In this context, responsibility means response-ability. The ability to respond. The recognition that regardless of how you got here, you're the only one who can get you somewhere else. Marcus is 35. He spent 7 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. 7 years. The justice system failed him. His public defender failed him. The witnesses lied. He lost everything: his job, his relationship, his 20s. When he finally got exonerated, he had every right to be bitter, every right to be angry, every right to spend the rest of his life talking about the injustice. He did something different. He started speaking at law schools about wrongful convictions. He mentored young men coming out of incarceration. He wrote a book. He built a nonprofit. Same terrible experience. But he made a choice about what story to tell about it. Not that it didn't matter, not that it was okay, but that it wouldn't be the end of his contribution to the world. It would be the beginning. When interviewers ask him how he's not angry, he says something that captures the entire shift. I am angry. I'll probably always be angry. But I'm not going to let anger be the architect of my future. I'm going to use it as fuel for building something that prevents this from happening to others. Same emotion, different channel, different outcome. That's the architect mindset. You don't deny the feelings. You don't suppress the pain. You redirect the energy. You take what broke you and use it as material for what you build next. And in doing that, you transform a meaningless tragedy into meaningful purpose. But let's be honest about something. This isn't a one-time decision. You don't wake up one day, choose to be an architect, and never slip back into victim mode. That's not how neural pathways work. You're rewiring patterns that have been running for years, maybe decades. You're going to relapse. You're going to have days where the old story feels more true than the new one. You're going to have moments where victim mode feels like the only honest response to what's happening. This is where the relapse protocol becomes essential. Because the difference between people who transform and people who cycle back to old patterns isn't that they never relapse. It's that they recognize relapse faster and have a system for getting back on track. Here's what relapse looks like. You stop doing the practices that were working. You stop asking yourself architect questions. You stop curating your inputs. You start engaging in victim conversations again. You start making decisions from protection instead of possibility. You start explaining your struggles in terms of what was done to you instead of what you're building despite it. It doesn't happen all at once. It's gradual. And if you're not paying attention, you can slide all the way back without realizing it until you wake up one day and recognize that you're living the old story again. The protocol is simple but requires brutal honesty. First, you name it. I'm in victim mode right now, not as judgment, as observation. Just naming it breaks some of its power. Second, you track the trigger. What just happened that activated this pattern? Was it a conversation, a rejection, a reminder of the past, a stress point? You're not trying to avoid triggers. You're trying to understand them so you can prepare better responses. Third, you deploy your comeback script. Your comeback script is something you write in advance. It's the architect version of your story, written out explicitly, so that when you're in the emotional space where victim mode feels true, you have something concrete to return to. It might sound like this. I'm feeling powerless right now because something triggered my old story. But the truth is, I've built evidence over the past months that I'm capable of more than I used to believe. This feeling is temporary. This story is optional. I'm choosing to stay in motion even when I don't feel like it. You don't have to believe it when you say it. You just have to say it. Because saying it interrupts the pattern. It creates a gap between the trigger and your response. And in that gap, you have choice. The fourth part of the protocol is the most important. You don't shame yourself for the relapse. You treat it as data. What can I learn from this? What was I not prepared for? What support do I need to build? What practice do I need to strengthen? Victim mode shames you for failing. Architect mode extracts lessons and adjusts the blueprint. Think about the last time you slipped back into an old pattern. Maybe you complained for an hour to a friend about the same situation you've been complaining about for months. Maybe you made a decision from fear instead of strategy. Maybe you told yourself that story about why you can't do the thing you really want to do. What would it look like to treat that moment as information instead of failure? What would you learn about your triggers, your weak points, your needed support? This kind of self-awareness is uncomfortable. It requires you to watch yourself with some objectivity, to notice your patterns without immediately justifying them, to catch yourself in the act of running old programs. Most people avoid this level of awareness because it feels like self-criticism, but it's actually the opposite. It's self-knowledge, and self-knowledge is what gives you the power to choose differently. Now let's talk about the environment piece, because you can have perfect mindset practices and still get pulled back into victim mode if you're surrounded by people and situations that reinforce it. Your environment is either supporting your transformation or sabotaging it. There's no neutral ground. Look at the 5 people you spend the most time with. Are they architects or victims? Are they building or complaining? Are they taking responsibility or blaming? Are they talking about possibilities or limitations? You don't have to cut people out of your life, but you do have to be honest about their influence, and you do have to make decisions about how much access they get to you. Some relationships are going to change or end as you make this shift. That's not failure. That's natural selection. People who were bonded to you through shared victimhood might not know how to relate to you as an architect. People who needed you to stay small so they could feel better about staying small themselves might start creating distance. Let them. The space they leave creates room for different relationships. You're going to start noticing people who energize you versus people who drain you. People who ask you about what you're building versus people who want to rehash what happened to you. People who challenge you to level up versus people who comfort you in staying stuck. Prioritize the first group, minimize the second. Be ruthless about this. Your transformation depends on it. And here's what's interesting. As you shift, you become a different kind of person to be around. You start attracting different people, other architects, other builders, other people who are choosing to create from their circumstances instead of being defined by them. Your network changes because you changed, and that new network reinforces your new identity in a way your old network never could. But the environment isn't just about people. It's about your physical space, your digital space, your routines. Everything that sends you messages about who you are and what's possible. Look around the space you're in right now. What story does it tell about you? Is it the space of someone who's stuck or someone who's building? Is it organized or chaotic? Is it inspiring or depressing? Is it designed for the person you're becoming or the person you used to be? Small changes in environment create big shifts in identity. You don't need to redecorate your entire life, but you do need to create visual reminders that you're in transformation. Maybe it's a vision board. Maybe it's a quote on your wall. Maybe it's removing something that represents the old story. Maybe it's adding something that represents the new one. The point is to make your environment collaborate with your intention instead of undermining it. The same goes for your digital environment. What's the first thing you see when you open your phone? What kind of content are you consuming? Who are you following? What groups are you part of? Is your digital life reinforcing architect identity or victim identity? Because if you're scrolling through hours of content that's focused on problems, outrage, and helplessness, that's what your brain is going to normalize. If you're consuming content from people who are building, creating, and solving, that's what becomes your reference point. You, Have more control over your environment than you think, and environment shapes behavior more than willpower ever will. You can have all the motivation in the world, but if you're in an environment that's optimized for the old story, you're going to keep living it. Here's a practice. For the next 7 days, track every input, every conversation, every piece of media, every interaction. Just track it. At the end of each day, mark each input as either architect or victim. Architect inputs are things that make you feel capable, inspired, or challenged to grow. Victim inputs are things that make you feel helpless, resentful, or justified in staying stuck. At the end of the week, look at the ratio. If it's not at least 60% architect inputs, you know exactly where the problem is. Now, let's address the thing you've probably been thinking this whole time. What about the real barriers? What about systemic injustice? What about actual oppression? What about circumstances that genuinely limit options? Because the architect mindset isn't about pretending those things don't exist. It's about refusing to let them have the final word. There are absolutely systems designed to keep certain people down. There are absolutely circumstances that make things harder. There are absolutely injustices that need to be fought against. Acknowledging that is critical. But here's the distinction. You can fight against unjust systems from a place of victimhood or from a place of architecture. One makes you a complainer. The other makes you a revolutionary. Victim says, the system is rigged. There's nothing I can do. I'm just going to accept my limitations. Architect says, the system has barriers. I'm going to strategize around them while also working to change them. I'm going to build something that creates opportunities for people like me. Both acknowledge the same reality. Only one maintains power. The most powerful social movements in history weren't led by people who accepted their victim status. They were led by people who refused it, who said, yes, this is unjust, and we're going to build something different, who took their oppression and used it as fuel for creating new systems, new opportunities, new pathways. They didn't wait for permission. They didn't wait for circumstances to be fair. They architected change from within limitations. This is where your personal transformation intersects with collective impact. Because when you shift from victim to architect in your own life, you don't just change your story. You change what's possible for other people watching you. You become proof that the old narrative isn't fixed. You become a blueprint that someone else can follow. Think about who's watching your life right now. Your kids, your siblings, your friends, people in your community. What story are you showing them is possible? Are you showing them that past trauma equals permanent limitation? Or are you showing them that past trauma can be transformed into present power? What you do with your story doesn't just affect you. It affects everyone who's paying attention. This is the legacy piece. This is what makes the transformation meaningful beyond yourself. You're not just rebuilding your life. You're creating a template. You're proving that it's possible to take the exact circumstances that would justify staying stuck and use them to build something valuable. And in doing that, you give other people permission to try. But here's the brutal truth. Most people won't try. Most people will stay in their victim stories because it's comfortable, it's familiar, and it requires less courage. Letting go of victim identity requires you to step into uncertainty, to risk failure without the excuse of past trauma, to be accountable for outcomes when you can't blame circumstances anymore. That's terrifying. It's easier to stay small and explained than to be big and responsible. If you're still here, still listening, still considering this shift, you're already different. You're already someone who's willing to question the narrative, someone who's willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, the story you've been telling isn't the only true one. That willingness is rare. Honor it, because it's the seed of your transformation. So, let's talk about what this transformation actually creates in practical terms, because it's not just about feeling better or thinking differently. It's about tangible outcomes, career changes, financial growth, relationship improvements, creative output. Things you can point to and say, this exists because I chose architect over victim. When you're in victim mode, you make decisions from scarcity and fear. You take the safe job because you don't believe better is possible. You stay in the mediocre relationship because you don't think you deserve more. You don't start the business because you've already decided you'll fail. You don't create the art because you've internalized the criticism. Every choice is filtered through the lens of limitation. When you shift to architect mode, your decision-making changes. You start asking different questions. Not, can I do this, but how could I do this? Not, will this work, but what would make this work? Not, am I qualified, but how do I become qualified? The shift from closed questions to open questions changes everything. Because open questions keep you in motion, closed questions keep you stuck. This is where monetization comes in. Your architect story has value. The transformation you're going through has value. The skills you're developing have value. The perspective you're gaining has value. And value can be exchanged for resources. The question is, how do you package your transformation in a way that serves others while supporting yourself? Maybe you're someone who overcame addiction and you start coaching others through early recovery. Maybe you're someone who rebuilt after bankruptcy and you teach financial literacy. Maybe you're someone who left an abusive relationship and you train others on recognizing red flags. Maybe you're someone who pivoted careers at 50 and you consult with others navigating late-stage reinvention. Your story becomes your credentials. Your transformation becomes your product. But here's the key. You're not selling the story itself. You're selling the system you use to transform. You're selling the blueprint. You're selling the architecture. Because people don't just want to hear that you did it. They want to know how so they can do it too. And if you can articulate the process you use to shift from victim to architect, that's something people will pay for. This isn't exploitation of your pain. This is transformation of your pain into purpose and profit. There's a massive difference. Exploitation keeps you in victim mode, constantly performing your trauma for sympathy. Transformation uses your experience as raw material for creating value. One keeps you stuck. One sets you free while helping others do the same. Think about what you know now that you didn't know before your struggle. Think about the skills you had to develop to survive. Think about the perspective you gained from going through what you went through. That's not just personal growth. That's intellectual property. That's expertise. That's something unique that you can offer that people who haven't been through what you've been through can't offer in the same way. The architect sees their past as R&D, research and development. Every hardship was a laboratory. Every failure was a test. Every wound was a teacher. And now you have results. You have data. You have a methodology. Package it, share it, monetize it. Not from a place of ego, but from a place of service, because the people behind you need what you learned, and they're willing to invest in it if you're willing to offer it. Let me show you exactly what this looks like in practice through a detailed scenario. Elena sits in her car outside her ex-husband's house. She's about to drop off their daughter for his weekend. Her stomach is tight. Her jaw is clenched. Every cell in her body is preparing for conflict, because that's what these exchanges have been for the past 2 years since the divorce. He criticizes her parenting. She defends herself. They argue in front of their daughter. Everyone leaves wounded. This is the pattern. But Elena has been doing the 90-day architect work. She's been practicing the scripts. She's been interrupting the victim narrative. And tonight, she's going to try something different. She closes her eyes for 30 seconds. She breathes. She runs the architect's script in her head. I don't control his behavior. I only control mine. I'm not a victim of his attacks. I'm a person with boundaries. My daughter is watching how I handle conflict. I'm teaching her through my response. I can be calm even when he's hostile. I can be clear even when he's manipulative. I am not who I was when we were married. I'm the architect of how this interaction goes for me. She gets out of the car. Her daughter runs to the door. Elena follows. Her ex opens the door and immediately starts. You're late again. Do you even care about my time? You know I have plans. This is so typical of you. Old Elena would have spiraled, would have explained the traffic, would have apologized profusely, would have accepted the blame, would have felt small, would have driven away, replaying the interaction for hours, building resentment, feeling victimized. New Elena pauses. She takes a breath. She looks at him directly. I arrived at the time we agreed on. If you need to adjust our schedule for your plans, we can talk about that separately. Right now, I'm saying goodbye to our daughter. He blinks. He wasn't expecting that. He tries again. Well, if you were more organized, we wouldn't have these problems. You never think about how your chaos affects everyone else. Elena feels the old trigger, the old story trying to load. She's disorganized. She's chaotic. She ruins everything. She's not enough. She notices it. She doesn't engage with it. She turns to her daughter. Have a great weekend, sweetie. I love you. I'll see you Sunday. She doesn't defend. She doesn't explain. She doesn't attack back. She simply refuses to participate in the dynamic. She walks back to her car. Her hands are shaking. Her heart is racing. But she did it. She stayed architect. She held the boundary. She didn't collapse into victim. She drives away and she cries. Not from pain, from release, from the realization that she just rewrote a 2-year pattern in one interaction. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't comfortable. But it was different. And different is the seed of transformation. That night, she writes in her journal, Today I proved that I can stay centered even when provoked. I proved that I don't have to participate in toxic dynamics. I proved that I can protect my daughter from our conflict by modeling healthy boundaries. I proved that his opinion of me doesn't have to become my opinion of me. Today I was an architect. This is what the daily practice creates. The ability to show up differently in your actual life, not just in your thoughts, not just in your journal, in the moments that used to own you, in the relationships that used to define you, in the patterns that used to run you. You become someone who can choose your response instead of being controlled by your conditioning. Let me give you another scenario with different stakes. Carlos is sitting in a performance review with his manager. He's been at this company for 8 years. He's been passed over for promotion 3 times. Each time, they've told him he's not quite ready, not quite leadership material, not quite what they're looking for. Each time, he's accepted it. He's told himself the victim story. I'm not good enough. They don't value me. I'll never get ahead here. I should just be grateful I have a job. But Carlos has been doing the architect work. He's been building evidence of his capabilities. He's been documenting his wins. He's been practicing difficult conversations. And today, when his manager starts with the usual feedback, he's ready. Carlos, you're doing solid work. We appreciate your consistency. But we're going to need to see more strategic thinking, more leadership presence, more initiative if you want to move up. Old Carlos would have nodded, would have said thank you for the feedback, would have left feeling defeated, would have accepted another year of being overlooked, would have complained to his wife, but done nothing to change it. New Carlos takes a breath. He pulls out the document he prepared. I appreciate that feedback. I want to share some specific examples of strategic work I've done in the past 6 months. I led the client retention initiative that increased renewals by 18%. I redesigned our onboarding process that cut training time by 30%. I mentored 3 junior team members who've all been promoted. I'd like to understand specifically what strategic thinking looks like at the leadership level that I'm not demonstrating in these examples. His manager is quiet for a moment. He wasn't expecting data. He wasn't expecting pushback. He wasn't expecting Carlos to advocate for himself. Those are good examples. I guess I haven't been fully aware of the scope of your contributions. Let me think about this. Carlos doesn't stop there. I'd like to be considered for the director role that's opening next quarter. I believe I'm qualified. I'd like to understand what specific criteria you'll be using to make that decision, so I can either demonstrate I already meet them or develop what's missing. His manager nods slowly. Let me put together those criteria and we'll meet again next week. Carlos leaves the meeting. His heart is pounding. He's never done that before. Never challenged, never asked directly for what he wants, never presented evidence, never refused to accept vague feedback. He just architected a completely different outcome than the pattern would have created. 2 months later, Carlos gets the promotion, not because he was suddenly more qualified, because he stopped participating in the narrative that he wasn't. He stopped accepting other people's assessments as truth. He stopped being passive about his career. He architected his advancement through strategic self-advocacy. These scenarios show you what changes when you shift from victim to architect. It's not that life stops presenting challenges. It's that you respond to them from a completely different operating system. You're not reactive. You're strategic. You're not defensive. You're boundaried. You're not helpless. You're creative. You're not defined by circumstances. You're authoring your experience of them. Now let's build out some specific practice scripts for common situations where people typically collapse into victim mode. These are pre-written responses you can memorize and deploy when you need them. Think of them as emergency protocols for your brain. Practice script for when someone criticizes you. I hear that you're frustrated. Help me understand specifically what you need from me. This script does 3 things. It acknowledges their feeling without accepting their attack. It asks for specificity instead of accepting vague criticism. It keeps you in problem-solving mode instead of defensive mode. Practice script for when you're comparing yourself to others. They're on their timeline. I'm on mine. Their success doesn't diminish my progress. I'm building at my own pace. This script interrupts the comparison trap and returns you to your own path. Practice script for when something triggers your old story. This feeling is familiar, but it's not current. Something from my past is being activated. That doesn't mean the past is happening now. I can feel this and still choose my response. This script creates separation between past and present, between feeling and action. Practice script for when you're afraid to try something. Fear means I care about the outcome. That's good. But fear is not a reliable advisor. I'm going to acknowledge the fear and act anyway. Courage is action despite fear, not absence of it. This script reframes fear as information instead of instruction. Practice script for when you fail at something. This didn't work. That's data. What can I learn? What would I do differently? Failure is feedback, not identity. I'm someone who tries things, and some things don't work. That's called learning. This script prevents failure from becoming evidence of unworthiness. Practice script for when you're tempted to blame others. They did what they did. That's outside my control. What's within my control is my response. I can be angry and still be strategic. I can acknowledge unfairness and still maintain agency. This script separates legitimate grievance from victim identity. Practice script for when you're overwhelmed. I can't do everything right now, but I can do one thing. What's the most important next step? Just that one step, then the next. Progress is incremental. This script breaks overwhelm into manageable action. Practice script for when you doubt your transformation. I have evidence. I've documented the changes. The facts are, I've done this, and this differently. The feeling that nothing's changing is not the same as the truth. Feelings are temporary. Evidence is real. This script anchors you in objective reality when emotions try to convince you nothing's working. Practice script for when someone tries to keep you in your old role. I appreciate that you knew me when I was different. I'm not that person anymore. I've changed. I understand that might be uncomfortable for you, but I'm not going back to who I was. This script claims your new identity without apologizing for it. Practice script for when you're tempted to self-sabotage. I notice I'm about to do the thing that keeps me stuck. Why? What am I afraid of if I actually succeed? What story is this sabotage protecting? I'm going to pause and choose differently. This script creates awareness of self-sabotage patterns before they execute. You write these scripts out. You practice them out loud. You memorize them so they're available when you need them. Because in the moment of trigger, you can't think clearly enough to create a response. You need pre-built tools that you can grab without thinking. Now let's do a visualization practice. This is important because your brain doesn't distinguish well between vivid imagination and actual experience. When you visualize yourself as an architect repeatedly, you're creating neural pathways as if you're actually doing it. This accelerates the identity shift. Close your eyes. Take 3 deep breaths. With each exhale, release tension. With each inhale, draw in possibility. Now imagine yourself 1 year from today, the version of you who has fully embodied architect identity. See yourself clearly. Notice how you stand. Notice your posture. Is it different from how you carry yourself now? Notice your facial expression. What do you look like when you're not carrying the weight of victim identity anymore? Now, imagine a typical day for this future version of you. You wake up. What's the first thing you do? How do you move through your morning? Notice the quality of your thoughts. Are they focused on problems or possibilities? Are they rehearsing pain or planning progress? Watch yourself get ready for the day. What are you wearing? How do you present yourself to the world? Now, see yourself in an interaction that would normally trigger you. Maybe it's with a family member. Maybe it's with a boss. Maybe it's with a romantic partner. Maybe it's a stranger. Watch how Architect You handles it. Notice that you're calm. Notice that you're clear. Notice that you're not defensive or collapsed. You're present. You're boundaried. You're strategic. See the interaction resolve without you losing yourself. Now fast forward to the end of the day. Watch yourself reflect on what you built today, not what you survived, not what you endured, what you built. Maybe you had a difficult conversation and held your ground. Maybe you made progress on a project. Maybe you showed up for yourself in a way you've never done before. See yourself acknowledge this. See yourself recognize your own growth without minimizing it. Now notice how you feel in your body in this visualization. There's a quality of settledness, of solidity, of trust in yourself. This isn't arrogance. This is confidence born from evidence. You've proven to yourself over and over that you can handle what comes, that you can choose your response, that you're not helpless. Feel that in your body. Really feel it. Now imagine that this version of you, this future architect, self, has something to say to present you. They're looking back at you from 1 year ahead. What do they want you to know? What encouragement do they have? What do they see that you can't see yet? Listen. Don't force it. Just listen. Let them speak to you. Stay in this space for another moment. Let this vision of your architect's self imprint on your consciousness. This isn't fantasy. This is potential. This is available. This is who you're becoming through every micro choice you make. Take one more deep breath. When you're ready, open your eyes. That visualization is a practice you can return to daily. The more you inhabit that future self in your imagination, the more easily you can access it in your actual life. You're training your nervous system to recognize architect's state as familiar instead of foreign. Now let's talk about what happens when you start to succeed. Because success can trigger victim identity just as much as failure can. When things start working, when your architect practices start creating results, your victim identity panics. It creates new stories to pull you back. Imposter syndrome shows up. You start thinking you're fooling everyone, that you don't really deserve the success, that it's only a matter of time before everyone realizes you're not actually qualified. This is victim identity trying to protect itself by making success feel dangerous. The other shoe syndrome appears. You start waiting for disaster. Things are going well, which means something bad must be coming. You can't relax into success because you're bracing for the inevitable collapse. This is victim identity, making you believe that good things can't last for you. Guilt emerges. You start feeling bad about succeeding when others are struggling. You downplay your wins. You hide your progress. You make yourself small so others don't feel bad. This is victim identity using false humility to keep you stuck. Self-sabotage intensifies. You start making choices that undermine your success. You miss important deadlines. You pick fights with supporters. You engage in behaviors you know are destructive. This is victim identity creating the failure it believes is inevitable. Here's the practice for when success triggers victim patterns. First, name it. I'm succeeding, and my old identity is panicking. That's normal. That doesn't mean I need to stop succeeding. Second, remind yourself that you earned this. You did the work, you made the choices, you created the results. This isn't luck, this isn't chance, this is consequence of effort. Third, let yourself have it. Practice receiving success without diminishing it. Practice celebrating without apologizing. Practice enjoying without waiting for disaster. This is where many transformations die. People do the work to shift from victim to architect. They start getting results. Then they can't handle the results because receiving success wasn't part of their identity. They sabotage back to familiar struggle. Don't let that be you. Practice succeeding. Practice receiving. Practice expanding into the good outcomes your architect choices create. And practice gratitude without guilt. You can be grateful for your success and aware that others are struggling. Those aren't mutually exclusive. You don't have to make yourself small to honor other people's pain. In fact, your success can be a beacon. Proof that transformation is possible. Evidence that the work works. You succeeding doesn't take anything from anyone else. It creates possibility for them. Let's go deeper into the relationship dynamics that shift when you move from victim to architect, because this transformation will change every relationship you have. Some will deepen, some will end, some will evolve into something completely different. And you need to be prepared for all of it. Healthy relationships get better. The people who actually love you will celebrate your transformation. They'll adjust to your new boundaries. They'll support your growth. They'll engage with the new version of you with curiosity and appreciation. These relationships deepen because you're showing up more authentically. You're more present because you're not constantly managing your victim story. You're more generous because you're not depleted by old patterns. You're more fun because you're not carrying the weight of resentment. These relationships are keepers. Codependent relationships get uncomfortable. The people who needed you to be weak so they could be strong will resist your transformation. The people who needed you to be broken so they could be the rescuer will try to keep you in crisis. The people who bonded with you through shared victimhood will feel abandoned when you stop complaining. These relationships will either evolve or end. And that's okay. Codependence isn't love. It's mutual dysfunction. You're allowed to outgrow it. Toxic relationships get revealed. The people who were actively harming you will intensify when you start setting boundaries. They'll push harder. They'll test your limits. They'll try to guilt you back into compliance. They'll call you selfish. They'll call you changed. They'll make you the problem. This is when you find out who was actually unsafe all along. And you get to make the hard choice to protect yourself. Transactional relationships get renegotiated. The people who related to you based on what you could do for them will need to decide if they can relate to you based on who you are. Some will, some won't. The ones who can't were never really in relationship with you anyway. They were in relationship with your utility. Letting those go makes room for reciprocal connections. New relationships become possible. When you're no longer leading with your wound, you attract different people. When you're showing up as an architect, you magnetize other architects. When you're boundaried and clear, you attract people who respect boundaries and clarity. Your new energy creates new opportunities for connection, and these new relationships will be fundamentally different from the old ones because they're built on your actual identity instead of your trauma identity. Here's a practice for navigating relationship shifts. First, communicate clearly. Tell people you're making changes. You don't owe them detailed explanations, but a simple, "I'm working on some things, and you might notice I'm showing up differently," gives them context. Second, maintain your boundaries even when people push back. Their discomfort with your growth is not your problem to fix. Third, let people choose. Some will choose to stay and evolve with you. Some will choose to leave. Both are fine. Fourth, grieve the relationships that end without making it mean your transformation was wrong. Loss is part of growth. And practice having difficult conversations without collapsing. You're going to need to say things like, "I'm not available for that anymore," or "I need this to change," or "I can't continue the relationship," or "I understand you're upset, and I'm still doing this differently." These conversations are uncomfortable. Do them anyway. They're part of architecting the life you want instead of tolerating the life you've settled for. Let me show you what this looks like in practice through one more detailed scenario. Mara has a best friend, Kelly, who she's known for 12 years. Their entire friendship is built on late-night phone calls where they talk about their terrible relationships, their impossible families, their unfair bosses. They bond through shared suffering. They validate each other's victimhood. They agree that men are trash, that families are toxic, that work is soul-crushing. It's comfortable. It's familiar. It's their dynamic. Mara starts the architect work. She ends the toxic relationship. She sets boundaries with her family. She changes jobs. She stops participating in the victim narratives. And Kelly doesn't know what to do with this new Mara. They get on the phone, like they always do. Kelly launches into her usual complaints about her boyfriend. He did this, he said that. It's always the same. He never changes. She's waiting for Mara to agree, to add her own complaints, to commiserate. But Mara pauses. She takes a breath. She chooses differently. That sounds really frustrating. What are you going to do about it? Kelly is confused. What do you mean, what am I going to do? I'm telling you what he did. Mara stays steady. I hear you, but I'm asking what action you're going to take. Are you going to talk to him about it? Are you going to set a boundary? Are you going to leave? What's your plan? Kelly gets defensive. Why are you being like this? I just need you to listen. Mara softens but doesn't back down. I am listening, and I care about you, but I'm not going to just agree that you're powerless anymore. You're not. You have choices. I'm happy to help you strategize about them, but I'm not going to sit in the victim story with you. There's silence. Kelly says, "You've changed. You're different. You're not being a good friend." Mara feels the old trigger, the old pattern trying to activate. Apologize, backtrack, make her comfortable, be who she needs you to be. But Mara chooses architect. I have changed. I'm choosing to live differently. I'm choosing to stop accepting helplessness as inevitable. I still love you, but our friendship might need to evolve. I can't go back to who I was. Kelly gets upset. She accuses Mara of being judgmental, of thinking she's better, of abandoning her. Mara stays calm. I'm not judging you. I'm just not participating in patterns that keep us both stuck. If you want to explore different ways of handling your relationship, I'm here. If you need someone to just agree that you're a victim, I'm not available for that anymore. They get off the phone. Mara is shaking. She doesn't know if the friendship will survive this. But she knows she can't go back. She's not willing to sacrifice her transformation to maintain comfortable dysfunction. 2 weeks later, Kelly texts, "Can we talk?" They meet for coffee. Kelly says, "I've been thinking about what you said, about choices, about not being powerless. Maybe you're right. Maybe I do have more options than I think. I'm not ready to make big changes yet, but I'm willing to think about it differently. The friendship doesn't go back to what it was. It becomes something different. They still talk, but the conversations are different. They're less about commiserating and more about strategizing, less about powerlessness and more about possibility. The friendship had to die in its old form to be reborn in a new one. Not all friendships make that transition. Some people will choose to stay in victim mode, and they'll choose to end relationships with people who won't join them there. That's their right. And your right is to protect your transformation, even if it costs you relationships. Because a transformation that's conditional on other people's approval isn't real transformation, it's performance. You're going to lose some people. Grieve them. Honor what those relationships were. Acknowledge what they gave you when you needed it. And release them without bitterness when they can't evolve with you. This is part of the process. This is part of becoming someone new. Not everyone gets to come with you. And that's okay. The people who are meant to be in your architect life will show up. You'll meet them. You'll recognize each other. You'll build relationships based on who you're becoming instead of who you were. And those relationships will be deeper, healthier, more reciprocal, and more aligned with the life you're building. Now let's talk about the physical component of this transformation. Because victim identity lives in your body, not just your mind. Your nervous system has been conditioned to expect danger, to prepare for attack, to brace for disappointment. You can change your thoughts all you want, but if you don't change your somatic patterns, you'll keep triggering back into victim mode. Your body holds the score. Trauma isn't just a story in your head, it's a physical state. Your muscles tighten in specific patterns. Your breathing becomes shallow. Your heart rate increases. Your digestion shuts down. Your shoulders round forward. Your chest collapses. This is your body in victim mode, and it happens automatically because it's been practiced thousands of times. Architect identity requires somatic rewiring. You need to teach your body what safety feels like, what confidence feels like, what groundedness feels like. You do this through specific physical practices that override the old patterns. Breath work is foundational. When you're in victim mode, your breath is shallow and high in your chest. This signals danger to your nervous system, which creates more anxiety, which makes your breath more shallow. It's a loop. You break the loop by intentionally breathing deeply and slowly. Inhale for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Exhale for 6 counts. This signals safety to your nervous system. Do this for 5 minutes when you wake up. Do this before difficult conversations. Do this when you notice yourself spiraling. Your breath is the fastest way to shift your state. Posture shifts identity. Stand up right now. Slump your shoulders forward. Drop your head. Round your spine. Notice how you feel in this posture. Now stand tall. Pull your shoulders back. Lift your chest. Raise your chin. Notice the difference. Your body language doesn't just reflect your mental state. It creates it. When you stand like an architect, you start to feel like one. Practice walking with confidence, even when you don't feel confident yet. Practice sitting with presence, even when you feel small. Your body will start to believe the story your posture is telling. Movement processes stored trauma. You can't think your way out of body-stored pain. You have to move it out. This doesn't mean you need to run marathons. It means you need to move intentionally. Dance, shake, stretch, yoga, boxing, hiking, swimming, any movement that gets you into your body and out of your head, any movement that allows emotion to process through action. 20 minutes a day minimum. This is non-negotiable if you want lasting transformation. Touch matters. If you have access to safe touch, use it. Massage, hugging, physical affection. Your nervous system regulates through safe contact. If you don't have access to safe touch from others, practice self-touch. Put your hand on your heart when you're anxious. Massage your own shoulders. Take baths. Use weighted blankets. Give your nervous system the physical comfort it needs. Sleep is where consolidation happens. Your brain processes and integrates during sleep. If you're not sleeping well, your transformation will be significantly harder. Protect your sleep like it's sacred. Same bedtime, same wake time, dark room, cool temperature, no screens an hour before bed. This isn't optional. This is foundational. Here's a somatic practice script for when you notice yourself in victim mode physically. First, notice where you're holding tension. Is it your jaw, your shoulders, your stomach, your hands? Name it. I'm clenching my jaw. Second, consciously release it. Let your jaw relax. Let your shoulders drop. Let your stomach soften. Let your hands unclench. Third, take 3 deep breaths, slow and intentional. Fourth, adjust your posture. Stand or sit like someone who's capable. Fifth, move your body, even if it's just stretching your arms or shaking your hands. Break the physical pattern. Do this every time you notice the somatic signature of victim mode. You're retraining your nervous system. You're teaching your body that it's safe to be in architect mode. Over time, architect mode becomes your baseline instead of victim mode. Your body starts to expect safety instead of danger. Your nervous system starts to relax instead of constantly preparing for threat. This physical work is as important as the mental work, maybe more important, because you can have all the right thoughts and still be living in a body that's convinced you're under attack. Integration requires both, thoughts and soma, mind and body, narrative and nervous system. When both shift, the transformation becomes unshakable. Now let's address the specific obstacles that derail most people's transformations. These are the predictable places where people get stuck. If you know they're coming, you can prepare for them. If you're surprised by them, they can send you spiraling back to victim mode. Obstacle 1. The identity crisis. Around week 3 or 4, you're going to have a moment where you don't recognize yourself. The old identity is fading, but the new one isn't solid yet. You're in between. You're neither victim nor fully architect. You're in the liminal space. This is terrifying because humans crave identity stability. We need to know who we are. The victim identity crisis sounds like this. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know what I want. I don't know how to be in relationships. I don't know how to make decisions. Everything feels uncertain. I want to go back to the old story because at least I knew who I was there. The architect response to identity crisis is this. Of course, I don't know who I am yet. I'm becoming someone new. The discomfort of not knowing is part of the process. I don't need to have it all figured out right now. I can be curious about who I'm becoming instead of afraid of not knowing. I can trust that clarity will emerge from action, not from thinking about it. The practice for identity crisis is to experiment. Try things. See what fits. See what feels true. See what energizes you versus what drains you. You're not trying to figure out your identity through analysis. You're discovering it through experience. Do things. Notice how they feel. Let your identity reveal itself through action. Obstacle 2. The progress plateau. Around week 6 or 7, you're going to feel like nothing's working. The initial momentum is gone. The novelty has worn off. You're doing the practices, but you don't feel different. You're not seeing dramatic results. Everything feels flat. This is when most people quit. The victim interpretation of the plateau is, "This isn't working. I'm not changing. I'm wasting my time. I should just go back to normal. I knew this was too good to be true. Nothing ever works for me." The architect interpretation of the plateau is, plateaus are part of every transformation. This is where the real work happens. The dramatic shifts at the beginning were low-hanging fruit. Now I'm into the deeper wiring. This takes time. The fact that I don't see results doesn't mean results aren't happening. Neural pathways change slowly. I'm going to trust the process and keep showing up. The practice for the plateau is to double down on evidence documentation. When you can't feel the change, look at what you've recorded. Look at the choices you made last week that you wouldn't have made a month ago. Look at the conversations you had differently. Look at the situations you handled better. The evidence is there even when the feeling isn't. Trust the data over the emotion. Obstacle 3. The major setback. Around week 8 or 9, something significant is going to go wrong. You're going to lose a job, have a health crisis, experience a betrayal, face a major disappointment. Something external is going to happen that feels like evidence that the transformation is pointless, that the universe is against you, that you should give up. The victim response to setback is, "See, nothing's changed. Bad things still happen. My life is still terrible. This proves I'm cursed. This proves transformation is a lie. I'm going back to victim mode where at least I'm realistic about how bad everything is." The architect response to setback is, "Bad things happen to everyone. Life doesn't stop presenting challenges just because I'm doing internal work. The difference is how I respond. I can handle this setback from architect mode instead of victim mode. I can use my tools. I can stay strategic. I can process this and keep building. This doesn't erase my progress. This is an opportunity to prove my transformation is real." The practice for major setbacks is to activate your full support system immediately. Don't isolate. Don't try to handle it alone. Reach out to every person you've designated as support. Use every tool you've built. Run every script. And most importantly, separate the setback from your identity. This thing happened. You are not this thing. The setback is an event, not your essence. Obstacle 4. The relationship fallout. Around week 10, you're going to have a significant conflict or ending with someone important. A family member, a friend, a romantic partner, someone who can't or won't adjust to your new boundaries. And you're going to have to choose between the transformation and the relationship. This is excruciating. The victim response to relationship fallout is, "I'm hurting everyone. I'm being selfish. My transformation is destroying my relationships. I should go back to who I was so people will love me again. Being an architect means being alone. It's not worth it." The architect response to relationship fallout is, "Healthy relationships adapt to growth. Unhealthy relationships resist it. If this relationship can't survive my boundaries and my transformation, it wasn't a healthy relationship. I'm sad about losing it, and I'm not going back. The right people will stay or arrive. I trust that. The practice for relationship fallout is to grieve fully, without second-guessing your transformation. Let yourself be sad. Let yourself miss the person or the old dynamic, and simultaneously recommit to your architect path. Both can be true. You can grieve the loss and know you made the right choice. You can be heartbroken and still refuse to abandon yourself. Obstacle 5. The success backlash. Around week 12, you're going to have a breakthrough. Something you've been working toward is going to happen. You're going to get the opportunity, make the change, achieve the thing. And immediately, you're going to want to sabotage it. This is the most insidious obstacle because it looks like success. The victim response to success backlash is, "I don't deserve this. This is a mistake. They're going to realize I'm not qualified. I'm going to mess this up. I should just quit now before I'm exposed." Success isn't for people like me. The architect response to success backlash is, "I created this through my choices. I earned this through my work. I'm allowed to have good things happen." Imposter syndrome is just my old identity trying to protect itself by making success feel dangerous. I'm going to feel the fear and enjoy the success anyway. The practice for success backlash is to actively celebrate without waiting for permission or diminishing the achievement. Tell people about your win. Do something to mark the occasion. Let yourself feel proud. Practice receiving compliments without deflecting. This is training your nervous system that good things are safe, that you're allowed to have them, that success doesn't have to be followed by disaster. Now, let me give you advanced architect practices for when the basic ones are solid. These are the next level skills that separate people who sustain transformation from people who relapse long-term. Advanced Practice 1. Preemptive Architecture. Instead of reacting to problems, you're anticipating them and building solutions before they arise. You know you have a difficult family gathering coming up in 2 months? You don't wait until the week before to think about how you'll handle it. You start preparing now. You write out your boundaries. You practice your scripts. You arrange your support. You design your exit strategy. You architect the situation before it happens. This is high-level thinking. Most people are reactive. They wait until they're in the situation and then try to figure it out. Architects design ahead. They look at their calendar and identify potential challenge points. They prepare for them systematically. They go into situations with a plan instead of hoping they'll figure it out in the moment. Advanced Practice 2. Meta-awareness. This is the ability to watch yourself thinking and acting in real time. To notice when you're slipping into old patterns while you're still in them, instead of realizing it hours or days later. It's like having a part of your consciousness that's always observing, always noticing, always available to course correct. You develop meta-awareness through meditation and mindfulness practices, but also through the habit of asking yourself throughout the day, what mode am I in right now? Am I an architect or victim? What's my internal dialogue right now? Is it serving me or undermining me? What's my body doing right now? Am I tense or relaxed? This constant self-check becomes automatic over time. Advanced Practice 3. Values-based decision-making. Every choice you make either moves you toward your values or away from them. Most people make choices based on feelings, convenience, or other people's expectations. Architects make choices based on values alignment. You have a decision to make. You check it against your values. Does this honor my value of integrity? Does this align with my value of courage? Does this support my value of health? If yes, you do it even if it's uncomfortable. If no, you don't do it even if it's tempting. This practice eliminates so much internal conflict. You're not constantly negotiating with yourself about what to do. You have a clear framework. You know your values. You make the values-aligned choice. It's that simple. Not easy, but simple. Advanced Practice 4. Strategic Vulnerability. This is knowing when to be open about your struggles and when to protect your process. Early in transformation, you need to be careful about who you share with. But as you solidify your architect identity, you can be strategically vulnerable. You can share your challenges without collapsing. You can ask for help without becoming helpless. You can show your humanity without making yourself a victim. Strategic vulnerability builds deeper connections. It models that you can be strong and struggling simultaneously. It shows that architect identity doesn't mean pretending to be perfect. It means being real about the process while maintaining agency. This is powerful for others to witness, and it deepens the relationships that matter. Advanced Practice 5. Generative Contribution. This is the shift from consuming to creating, from taking to giving, from learning to teaching. You're no longer just working on yourself. You're creating value for others. You're contributing something that didn't exist before. This could be mentoring someone, creating content, building a business, volunteering. Whatever form it takes, you're generating value that extends beyond yourself. This practice solidifies architect identity more than anything else, because you can't give what you don't have. You can't create from emptiness. When you're contributing generatively, you're proving to yourself that you've transformed enough to have something to offer. This is the completion of the journey from victim to architect, from recipient to contributor. Let's go deep on the money consciousness piece, because this is where many transformations stall out. You can do all the internal work. You can shift your identity. You can change your patterns. But if you still have victim consciousness around money, you'll create financial struggle that undermines everything else. Victim money consciousness sounds like, I'll never have enough. Money is hard to make. Rich people are greedy. I'm not good with money. There's not enough to go around. Making money requires sacrificing my values. If I make money, someone else has less. Money is the root of all evil. Architect money consciousness sounds like, money is a tool I can use to build the life I want. I can create value and exchange it for money ethically. There's more than enough for everyone. I can be wealthy and good. I can make money in alignment with my values. My financial success creates opportunities for others. Money amplifies who I already am. The shift from victim to architect money consciousness requires examining every belief you have about money. Where did you learn that money is hard? From your parents who struggled? From cultural narratives about virtuous poverty? From religious teachings that conflate wealth with sin? From experiences of deprivation? These aren't truths, they're stories, and stories can change. Start documenting your money thoughts. Every time you think about money, write down what you're thinking. I can't afford that. I'm so broke. Rich people are assholes. Money is stressful. I hate dealing with finances. Just write them down without judgment. After a week, you'll have a clear picture of your money consciousness, and it's probably more victim-oriented than you realized. Now, rewrite each statement from architect consciousness. I can't afford, that becomes, I'm choosing not to spend money on that right now, because I have different priorities. I'm so broke becomes, I have limited resources at this moment, and I'm strategizing about how to create more. Rich people are assholes becomes some wealthy people are harmful, and some use their resources generously, and I can choose to be the second kind. Money is stressful becomes money is neutral. My relationship with it creates stress or ease, and I'm choosing ease. This isn't affirmations. This is accurate thinking. The victim statements are distortions. The architect statements are truthful. You're not lying to yourself about money. You're stopping the lying you've been doing. The truth is, money is a tool. It's not good or evil. It's not hard or easy inherently. It's not scarce or abundant objectively. Your thoughts about it create your experience of it. Now let's talk about the practice of creating money as an architect. First, you identify your value. What can you offer that other people need or want? Not what you wish you could offer, not what you think you should offer. What do you actually have right now that has value? Skills, knowledge, time, attention, service, creativity. Whatever it is, name it clearly. Second, you package that value. How can you deliver it in a way that's easy for people to access and pay for? A service, a product, a course, a membership, consulting, freelancing. Whatever format makes sense for what you're offering. Don't overcomplicate this. Simple, clear offers convert better than complex ones. Third, you price it appropriately. Not too low because you don't think you're worth it. Not too high because you're trying to compensate for insecurity. Price it based on the value it provides to the recipient and the market rate for similar offerings. You can always adjust. Start somewhere, test it, refine it. Fourth, you market it authentically. This doesn't mean being salesy or manipulative. This means clearly communicating what you offer, who it's for, and why it matters. You tell your story. You demonstrate your expertise. You show proof of results. You make it easy for people who need what you have to find you and buy from you. Fifth, you deliver excellently. You do what you said you'd do. You over-deliver. You obsess about client results. You make sure people get value. Because your reputation is your most valuable asset. One person who gets incredible results from working with you will refer 10 more. One person who feels ripped off will tell 50 people not to work with you. Always deliver more than you promise. This is architect money creation. It's not hustling. It's not grinding. It's not sacrificing your values. It's creating value and exchanging it ethically. It's building financial resources through contribution instead of exploitation. It's proving to yourself that you can generate money in alignment with who you've become. Now let's talk about the long game. Because transformation isn't a 90-day project. It's a lifelong practice. The 90 days gets you started. It proves to you that change is possible. It creates initial momentum. But sustainable transformation requires thinking in years, not months. Year 1 is about foundation. You're learning the practices. You're building evidence. You're testing the new identity. You're making mistakes and learning from them. You're falling down and getting back up. You're proving to yourself that you can choose differently. This year is messy. It's experimental. It's uncomfortable. And it's essential. Year 2 is about consolidation. You're refining what works. You're eliminating what doesn't. You're getting more efficient at the practices. You're recovering from relapses faster. You're making architect choices more automatically. You're seeing compounding results. This year is where the transformation starts to feel real and sustainable. Year 3 is about expansion. You're no longer just maintaining your transformation. You're building from it. You're creating things. You're contributing. You're helping others. You're generating value in the world. You're seeing the ripple effects of your changes. This year is where you realize the transformation is permanent. Year 5 is where you look back and barely recognize who you used to be. The victim identity is so distant that you almost can't remember what it felt like. The architect identity is so integrated that you don't think about it. It's just who you are. This is when people who knew you before ask what changed, and you realize you've become a completely different person. Year 10 is legacy. You've built something meaningful. You've impacted lives. You've created body of work. You've proven that transformation is real and possible and worth it. You've become someone other people look to as proof. And you're still practicing, still growing, still learning. Because architect identity isn't a destination, it's the orientation toward life. This is the timeline. This is what's possible if you commit not just to 90 days, but to the long game. If you make this a life practice instead of a temporary project. If you choose architect over victim not once, but 10,000 times over years. That's when transformation becomes legacy. But you don't need to think about year 10 right now. You just need to think about today. What's the one architect choice you can make today? That's all transformation ever is. One choice, today. And then tomorrow, another choice. And the next day, another. Until you have years of architect choices. Until you have a life built from them. Until you are the person who makes those choices automatically. So, let's bring this full circle. Back to where we started. Your story isn't finished, but the victim chapter can be. You get to decide if you turn the page. If you start writing something different. If you become the architect instead of staying the victim. Everything in this audiobook is information you can use or ignore. Tools you can implement or dismiss. Practices you can commit to or forget. None of it matters if you don't take action. Reading about transformation doesn't transform you. Thinking about becoming an architect doesn't make you one. Action does. Choice does. Practice does. Repetition does. You've been listening for hours now. You've heard the concepts. You've understood the framework. You've seen the examples. The question is, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to close this out and go back to your regular life? Maybe feeling inspired for a few days before the old patterns reassert themselves? Or are you going to use this as fuel, as permission, as a roadmap? The people who transform aren't smarter than you. They're not more capable. They're not less damaged. They're not more deserving. They're just more willing. Willing to be uncomfortable. Willing to try and fail and try again. Willing to let go of the identity that's keeping them stuck, even though it feels like giving up who they are. Willing to build something new even though they don't know if it will work. Are you willing? That's the only question that matters. Everything else is just information. Willingness is what turns information into transformation. Willingness is what makes the difference between knowing and doing, between understanding and embodying, between agreeing and becoming. You know what you need to do. You've known since the beginning. You need to stop telling the story that keeps you small. You need to start making choices from possibility instead of protection. You need to practice new patterns until they're automatic. You need to architect your life instead of being victimized by it. You know this. The question is whether you'll do it. And I can't make you. Nobody can. This is the loneliest part of transformation. It's your choice. Only yours. Nobody can do it for you. Nobody can want it for you. Nobody can practice for you. You have to want it enough to do the uncomfortable work, to have the difficult conversations, to set the boundaries, to risk the relationships, to face the fears, to build the new. But here's what I can tell you. It's worth it. Every uncomfortable moment, every difficult choice, every relationship lost, every fear faced, every old pattern broken, it's all worth it. Because on the other side is a life you actually want to live, a life you're authoring, a life that reflects your values, a life that's aligned with who you're becoming instead of constrained by who you were. And you deserve that life, not because you're special, because you're human. Every human deserves to live from agency instead of helplessness, from possibility instead of limitation, from creation instead of reaction. You're not asking for something extra. You're claiming what's already yours. The power to choose your response to life, the power to write your own story, the power to be the architect. So take that power. Use it. Today. Right now. Make one choice from architect identity. Just one. And tomorrow, make another. And the next day, another. Until you have weeks of architect choices, then months, then years, until your entire life is a testament to the fact that you chose differently, that you refused to stay a victim, that you became who you were always meant to be. Your story isn't finished. The pen is in your hand. The page is waiting. The architect inside you is ready. Write the next chapter. Build the next phase. Create the next version. Become who you're meant to be. The world needs it. The people watching you need it. And you need it. So do it. Start now. Become the architect. And never look back. Let me leave you with one final comprehensive integration. A complete picture of what your life looks like when you've fully embodied this transformation. Not as fantasy, as blueprint, as possibility you can build toward. You wake up at 6 in the morning, not because an alarm forces you, but because your body is ready. You're sleeping well because your nervous system isn't constantly activated by victim narratives. You spend the first 10 minutes of your day in stillness, not meditation necessarily, just being present, breathing, noticing how you feel. Asking yourself the architect question, what am I building today? You don't check your phone immediately. You've trained yourself out of that habit because you realized it was giving other people's agendas control of your morning state. Instead, you move your body. Maybe it's yoga. Maybe it's a run. Maybe it's dancing to music in your living room. 10 minutes minimum. You're teaching your body that it's capable, that it's strong, that it's yours to command instead of a prison you're trapped in. You eat breakfast intentionally, not grabbed on the way out the door, not skipped entirely. You sit, you taste, you nourish yourself. Because architect, you recognizes that you can't build anything sustainable from a depleted foundation. This isn't about perfection. This is about presence, about treating yourself like you matter. You commute to work or sit down at your home office. But before you start working, you spend 5 minutes planning your day from architect consciousness. What are the most important things? Not the most urgent, the most important. What will move you toward your actual goals instead of just responding to other people's priorities? You write down 3 things, just 3, and you commit to doing those before you do anything else. Throughout your workday, you notice when you're slipping into victim mode. Someone criticizes you, you feel the old trigger. But instead of spiraling, You pause. You take a breath. You run your comeback script. This is information, not identity. What can I use from this? What can I discard? You extract value and you move on. You don't ruminate for hours. You don't tell the story to 5 different people looking for validation. You process it and release it. You have a difficult conversation with your boss about boundaries. Old you would have avoided it for months, building resentment, eventually exploding or quitting. New you schedules it, prepares for it, goes in with clarity about what you need and why it matters. You're not aggressive, you're not apologetic, you're clear. You state your needs without making them requests. You're willing to hear no and make decisions accordingly. But you're not willing to stay silent and resentful. You leave work at a reasonable hour because you've stopped trying to prove your worth through overwork. You know your value isn't determined by how many hours you sacrifice. You've built confidence in your competence. You do excellent work in appropriate time, and then you leave. You protect your energy for the life you're building outside of work. You come home to a partner or a family or yourself, and whoever is there, you're present with them, not distracted by your phone, not rehearsing work stress, not planning tomorrow. Present. You have a real conversation. You listen. You share. You connect. Because you're not so consumed by victim narratives that you have no bandwidth for actual intimacy. You have a moment of conflict, maybe with your partner, maybe with your kid, maybe with yourself. And instead of reacting from your wound, you respond from your wisdom. You notice the trigger. You pause. You choose. You say what needs to be said without attacking. You hear what they're saying without making it about you. You navigate the conflict without either collapsing or becoming aggressive. You're learning to fight fair, to disagree without disconnecting, to have needs without becoming needy. You spend your evening building something. Maybe it's your business. Maybe it's a creative project. Maybe it's a relationship. Maybe it's a skill. But you're building. You're not just consuming content. You're not just scrolling through other people's lives. You're creating something that didn't exist before. You're adding value. You're making progress. Even if it's small. Even if nobody sees it yet. You're building. You have a moment where the old story tries to creep back in. You notice it. You're aware of the pull to victim mode. And you choose differently. You don't shame yourself for the temptation. You acknowledge it. You understand why it's there. And you redirect. You use one of your practices. You reach out to your support system. You run your script. You move your body. You interrupt the pattern before it fully activates. You end your day with reflection. You write 3 things. 1 thing you're proud of from today. 1 thing you learned. 1 thing you're building toward tomorrow. This isn't a massive journal entry. This is 3 sentences. But it's evidence. It's documentation. It's proof that you're not the same person you were when you started this journey. You go to bed knowing you showed up for yourself today. Not perfectly, not without struggle. But you showed up. You chose architect over victim more times than you chose the reverse. You built something. You learned something. You grew something. And tomorrow you'll do it again. This is what integration looks like. It's not dramatic. It's not cinematic. It's daily practices compounded over time. It's micro choices that add up to macro transformation. It's showing up for yourself consistently, even when it's boring, even when results aren't visible yet, even when nobody's watching. That's how you become an architect, not through one big decision, through 10,000 small ones. And here's what happens over time when you live like this. Your relationships improve because you're no longer relating from wound. Your career advances because you're advocating for yourself strategically. Your finances grow because you're creating value and charging appropriately for it. Your health improves because you're treating your body like an asset instead of a burden. Your creativity expands because you're not using all your energy managing victim narratives. But more than any of that, you feel different. There's a settledness, a solidity, a trust in yourself that wasn't there before. You know that whatever comes, you can handle it. Not because you're invincible, because you've proven to yourself over and over that you can choose your response, that you can be knocked down and get back up, that you can face hard things and come through them. That evidence is unshakable. People start noticing. They ask what's different about you. They comment that you seem more confident, more grounded, more yourself. And you realize they're seeing what you've built. The transformation isn't just internal anymore. It's manifesting externally, in how you carry yourself, in how you speak, in how you handle challenges. In the life you're creating, opportunities start appearing, not because the universe rewards transformation, because you're showing up differently, and that attracts different possibilities. You're no longer invisible because you're no longer hiding. You're no longer passed over because you're no longer passive. You're no longer stuck because you're no longer settling. You've changed. So your circumstances change in response, but you also face bigger challenges. Because growth doesn't mean life gets easier. It means you become capable of handling harder things. You face more complex problems. You take on more responsibility. You risk more. You aim higher, and sometimes you fail bigger. But failure doesn't devastate you anymore. It teaches you. It redirects you. It refines you. You've learned to extract value from everything. You help other people, not from a savior complex, from genuine contribution. You share what you've learned. You mentor someone coming up behind you. You create something valuable and offer it to the world. You realize that your transformation was never just about you. It was always about what you could build from it, what you could offer because of it, who you could help through it. And in helping others, you complete the cycle. Your pain gets to mean something. Your struggle gets to serve someone. Your transformation gets to ripple beyond yourself. This is where victim-to-architect transformation becomes legacy, when it stops being about your personal healing and starts being about collective elevation. Years pass. You look back at who you were when you started this journey. You barely recognize that person. The victim identity is so distant. The architect identity is so integrated. You've built a life, a career, relationships, a body of work, a reputation, a legacy. Not from pretending your past didn't happen, from building with it, from using it as material instead of being defined by it. You're not perfect. You still have hard days. You still relapse sometimes. You still struggle. But the struggle looks different. It's not helpless. It's strategic. You know what to do. You have tools. You have practices. You have support. You have evidence. You have trust in yourself. And that makes all the difference. People ask you how you did it, how you transformed, and you tell them the truth. One choice at a time, one practice at a time, one day at a time, for years, with commitment, with support, with willingness to be uncomfortable, with refusal to give up. That's how. There's no secret. There's no shortcut. There's just consistent choosing of architect over victim until architect becomes who you are. And you tell them they can do it too. Not because transformation is easy, because it's possible, because you're proof, because if you can do it with everything you've been through, they can do it with everything they've been through. The circumstances don't matter as much as the choice. The past doesn't matter as much as the present. The story doesn't matter as much as the willingness to rewrite it. You've become someone who creates hope just by existing, by showing what's possible, by proving that transformation is real, that victim identity isn't permanent, that you can rebuild yourself from the ground up, that you can become who you were always meant to be before trauma told you otherwise. This is what's available to you. All of it. Not someday. Not when you're ready. Not when circumstances are perfect. Now. Starting today. With one choice, one practice, one commitment. To stop being a victim of your story and start being the architect of it. The question isn't whether you can do this. You can. The question is whether you will, whether you'll commit, whether you'll stay consistent, whether you'll choose discomfort over stagnation, whether you'll risk transformation over the safety of the known, whether you'll build instead of blame. Only you can answer that question. Only you can make that choice. Only you can take the action. Nobody can do it for you. And nobody should. This is your transformation, your life, your story, your architecture. So what's it going to be? Are you going to close this out and go back to the victim narrative, letting it run for another year, another decade, another lifetime? Or are you going to use this moment as the turning point, the before and after, the moment you decided enough? If you're ready, here's what you do right now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when you feel more prepared. Right now. You write down 3 things. First, the specific victim story you're letting go of. Name it explicitly. This is the narrative that's been running my life. Second, the architect story you're choosing instead. This is who I'm becoming. Third, the one action you're taking today to prove the new story is real. This is what I'm building first. Then you do that action. Before the day ends. Before you talk yourself out of it. Before fear wins. You take one architect action. You make one choice from possibility instead of protection. You prove to yourself that change is starting right now. Not in theory, in reality. And tomorrow, you do it again. Different action, same commitment. And the next day, again. Until you have weeks of architect actions. Until you have months of evidence. Until you have years of a completely different life. Until you look back and realize that this moment, right now, was when everything changed. Because you chose it. Because you committed to it. Because you built it. That's the invitation. That's the challenge. That's the opportunity. Everything else has been information. This is the moment of choice. The moment where you decide who you're going to be. Victim or architect. Helpless or powerful. Stuck or building. Defined by the past or authoring the future. Choose, and then act on the choice, and then keep acting on it. Every day, for the rest of your life. Until architect isn't something you're trying to be. It's simply who you are. Until your story isn't about what happened to you. It's about what you built from it. Until your life isn't a tragedy you survived. It's a masterpiece you created. You have everything you need. You always have. The victim's story just convinced you otherwise. But now you know better. Now you've seen the blueprint. Now you understand the process. Now you have the tools. Now you have no excuse. Just choice, just commitment, just action. Your story isn't finished, but the victim chapter can end today, right now, in this moment. With this choice, write the next chapter as an architect, build the next phase as a creator, live the next season as someone who's powerful, not despite what happened to you, because of how you chose to respond to it. The world is waiting for what you'll build. The people in your life are waiting to see who you'll become. Your future self is waiting for you to make the choices that create them, and you're waiting to finally live free from the prison of your old story. Stop waiting. Start building. The architect is ready. The story is waiting. The life is possible. Go create it. Before you go, let me give you one more piece that ties everything together, the reality check, because I've given you the vision, the practices, the framework. But let's talk about what this actually looks like when you're in the middle of it, when it's messy, when it's hard, when you're not sure it's working. Week 3 of your transformation. You wake up motivated. You do your morning practice. You feel good. You're in architect mode. Then you get a text from your mother. She's criticizing something about your life. She's pushing buttons she installed years ago. And within seconds, you're 12 years old again. You're small. You're defensive. You're in full victim mode. All your practices fly out the window. You react. You say things you regret. You spend 2 hours spiraling about how nothing's changed. You're still the same. You'll never break free from these patterns. This is real transformation, not the Instagram version, the actual version, where you do the work and still get triggered, where you know the right thing to do and still do the wrong thing, where you have tools and still collapse without using them. This happens. This is normal. This is part of the process. What separates people who make it from people who quit is what happens next. You can use this relapse as evidence that transformation is impossible, that you're too damaged, that your family will always control you, that nothing works. That's the victim interpretation. Or you can use it as information. You got triggered by a specific thing from a specific person in a specific way. Now you know. Now you can prepare better. Now you can build a specific protocol for this specific trigger. That's the architect interpretation. Same event, completely different meaning, completely different outcome. The trigger doesn't determine whether you transform. Your response to the trigger does. And your response to your response. Can you catch yourself spiraling and interrupt it? Can you be compassionate with yourself for being human? Can you extract the lesson and move forward? That's the skill. Let me show you another real scenario. You're 6 weeks into building your coaching business. You've posted content consistently. You've had conversations with potential clients. You've created your offer. You've put yourself out there, and you've made exactly 0 sales. 0. Nobody has bought. Nobody has even seemed interested. The rejection feels massive. The imposter syndrome is screaming. The old story is saying, see, you're not good enough. Nobody wants what you have. You should just get a normal job and stop embarrassing yourself. This is the moment where most people quit, where they decide they were wrong to try, where they go back to the safety of the known. But here's what they don't understand. 0 sales in week 6 is data, not destiny. It doesn't mean your offer is bad. It might mean your messaging is unclear. It might mean you haven't found your people yet. It might mean you need to adjust your positioning. It might mean you need to build more trust. It might mean you need to give it more time. The architect asks, What can I learn from this? Who can I ask for feedback? What can I test differently? The victim says, "This proves I was right to doubt myself. I'm giving up." One question leads to growth, the other leads to stagnation. You choose which question to ask. Or here's another one. You're 3 months into your transformation. You've been doing great. You've set boundaries. You've been practicing your scripts. You've been showing up as architect consistently. Then you have a major life stress, a health crisis, a family emergency, a job loss, something big that would derail anyone. And under that pressure, you completely revert. You go back to all your old patterns. You isolate. You catastrophize. You blame. You collapse. For a full week, you're in total victim mode. This isn't failure. This is being human under stress. Your nervous system defaulted to the older, more practiced pattern because it felt safer under threat. That's neuroscience, not weakness. The question is, can you come back? Can you recognize what happened without making it mean you've lost all your progress? Can you use your recovery protocols? Can you reach out for support? Can you get back on track? If you can do that, if you can relapse and recover, you've actually proven your transformation is real. Because the transformation isn't never struggling. It's knowing how to come back when you do. It's having tools for recovery. It's trusting yourself to get back up. That's architect identity, not perfection, resilience. Let me give you one more. You've been working on your transformation for 6 months. You're seeing real results. Your life is objectively better. But you notice something uncomfortable. You're grieving. Not for what you lost, for who you were. The victim identity gave you something. It made you special in your pain. It gave you an excuse for not trying. It created bonds with people through shared suffering. It was familiar. And even though it was limiting, it was yours. Letting it go feels like a death. This grief is real and it's healthy. You're mourning an identity you carried for years. That deserves space. That deserves acknowledgement. You don't have to rush past it. You can let yourself feel sad about who you were, even as you're excited about who you're becoming. Both can be true. The architect holds space for complexity, for the both and, for the messiness of real transformation. These scenarios are what transformation actually looks like, not a smooth upward trajectory, a messy, non-linear process with wins and losses, progress and relapses, clarity and confusion. If you're expecting it to be clean, you'll be disappointed. If you're expecting it to be hard, you'll be prepared. And preparation makes all the difference. So, here's your final practice, your integration practice. Every week, you're going to do a complete transformation audit. You're going to assess 5 areas: mindset, relationships, work, health, and contribution. For each area, you ask 3 questions. What did I do this week that was architect behavior? What did I do that was victim behavior? What's one thing I'm going to do differently next week? This audit keeps you honest. It prevents you from lying to yourself about your progress. It surfaces patterns you might not otherwise notice. It creates accountability to yourself. It's 10 minutes a week that could be the difference between transformation that sticks and transformation that fades. And here's the crucial part. You share your audit with at least one person: your accountability partner, your coach, your support group, somebody who will call you out lovingly when you're making excuses, somebody who will celebrate your wins without letting you minimize them, somebody who's committed to your transformation as much as you are. External accountability makes internal commitment stronger. You're also going to create a transformation timeline, You're going to document every significant moment of this journey. The day you decided to start. The first time you used a comeback script successfully. The first boundary you set. The first relapse and recovery. The first major win. The first time someone noticed you'd changed. All of it. You're creating a record. Why does this matter? Because 6 months from now, when you're in the middle of a hard week and you're doubting whether any of this is real, you'll have evidence. You'll be able to look back and see the timeline, see the progression, see the actual changes documented in real time. That evidence will carry you through doubt in a way that memory alone cannot. Your transformation timeline isn't just for you. It's the foundation for the content you'll create to help others. It's the material for your book, your course, your coaching program. It's proof that transformation is possible. It's the case study that makes your teaching credible. Document everything, not for social media, for yourself and for the people you'll eventually serve. Now let's talk about the support structure you need to maintain this long term. You cannot do this alone. Nobody transforms in isolation. You need multiple layers of support. You need people who've already done what you're trying to do. You need peers who are on the journey with you. You need people coming up behind you who you're helping. This 3-tier structure creates complete support. People ahead of you are your mentors, your coaches, your teachers. They show you what's possible. They warn you about pitfalls. They accelerate your growth by sharing what they've learned. You invest money and time in access to them. This isn't optional. This is essential. Find people who've built what you're building and learn from them systematically. People beside you are your peers, your accountability partners, your fellow travelers. They're in the trenches with you. They understand the struggle. They celebrate the wins. They provide lateral support. You don't need many. 2 to 5 people who are committed to the same transformation you are. You meet regularly. You share honestly. You hold each other accountable. This peer support is where most of your daily accountability comes from. People behind you are the people you're mentoring, helping, serving. They keep you honest because you can't teach what you're not living. They inspire you because their growth reflects your teaching. They ground you because serving others gets you out of your own head. You don't need to wait until you're perfect to start helping others. You just need to be a few steps ahead. This 3-tier support structure creates sustainable transformation. You're being pulled forward by mentors. You're being held steady by peers. You're being grounded by service. All 3 are necessary. If you only have 1 or 2 tiers, you'll struggle more than you need to. Build all 3 intentionally. Your final integration tool is the quarterly reinvention practice. Every 90 days, you're going to do a complete reassessment. You're going to look at your architect identity and ask, is this still true? Have I outgrown this version? What needs to evolve? Because architect identity isn't static. You're not transforming into one fixed self. You're becoming someone who's constantly evolving. Every quarter, you revise your architect story. You update your values. You refine your vision. You adjust your practices. You let go of what's no longer serving. You add what's needed next. You stay current with who you're actually becoming instead of locked into who you thought you'd be. This prevents stagnation. This prevents you from replacing one rigid identity with another. This keeps you fluid, growing, alive. And every year you do a complete life redesign. You look at everything, your work, your relationships, your location, your routines, your commitments, everything. And you ask, is this aligned with who I am now? Or am I maintaining it out of habit? What needs to change? What needs to end? What needs to begin? You give yourself permission to completely restructure your life annually based on who you've become. This is advanced architect practice. This is what keeps transformation fresh and relevant year after year. You're building a life that evolves with you instead of constraining you. You're building an identity that's fluid instead of fixed. You're building practices that adapt instead of calcify. This is lifelong transformation, not a 90-day project, a way of being, an orientation to existence, a commitment to growth that doesn't end. And here's what happens when you live like this for years. You become unrecognizable, not just to others, to yourself. You look back at who you were 5 years ago, and you can't imagine being that person anymore. The victim identity feels foreign. The limiting beliefs feel absurd. The small life feels impossible. You've expanded so far beyond where you started that you can barely see the connection. But you also become deeply yourself, more authentic, more aligned, more true. Because the transformation isn't about becoming someone else. It's about removing everything that was covering your actual self. It's about letting go of identities that were imposed, adopted, or created from trauma. It's about discovering who you are underneath all the conditioning. And that person is powerful. That person is creative. That person is capable of extraordinary things. That person was always there. You just had to clear away the debris to find them. This is the promise. This is what's available. Not a perfect life, a real one. Not an absence of struggle, a capacity for it. Not constant happiness, deep fulfillment. Not ease, meaning. And meaning makes everything worth it. The struggle, the sacrifice, the discomfort, the risk. All of it becomes worth it when your life has meaning, when you're building something that matters, when you're becoming who you were meant to be. You have everything you need to start. You have the framework, you have the practices, you have the examples, you have the tools. The only thing missing is your decision, your commitment, your action. And that's something only you can provide. Nobody can give it to you. Nobody can do it for you. This is yours to choose or not choose. Yours to commit to or walk away from. Yours to build or leave unbuilt. What's it going to be? Here's what that might look like practically. You start documenting your process. You write, you speak, you create. You share your insights not as inspiration porn, but as actionable intelligence. You build credibility through consistency. You demonstrate results through your own life. You help people for free until you've built enough proof of concept to charge. Then you scale. Some of you are thinking, but I'm not there yet. I haven't fully transformed. I'm still figuring this out. Good. That's actually better. Because people don't want to learn from someone who's so far ahead that they can't relate anymore. They want to learn from someone who's a few steps ahead. Someone who's still in the process but making progress. Someone who's honest about the struggle but committed to the path. That's you. Right now. Exactly as you are. You don't have to wait until you're perfect. You don't have to wait until you've completely healed. You don't have to wait until you never relapse. You just have to be further along than someone else and willing to share what's working. That's the only requirement. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. When you start building something from your transformation, it accelerates your transformation. Because now you're accountable not just to yourself, but to the people you're serving. You can't show up in victim mode when you're teaching architect mode. You can't stay stuck when you're helping others get unstuck. The role you step into pulls you forward faster than you'd go on your own. This is why service is such a powerful part of transformation. Not martyrdom, not self-sacrifice. Strategic service, service that reinforces your architect identity while creating value for others. Service that keeps you honest. Service that makes your transformation meaningful beyond yourself. Let's pause and check in. How are you feeling right now as you're taking this in? Is there resistance? Is there excitement? Is there that familiar pull back to the old story, trying to explain why this won't work for you? Notice it. Don't judge it. Just notice it. That resistance is the victim identity trying to survive. It's going to make arguments. It's going to list all the reasons you're different, all the reasons this applies to other people, but not you. That's normal. That's expected, and it doesn't have to stop you. The truth is, you already know if this is true. You can feel it in your body. That sense of recognition, that knowing that you've been living in a story that's too small, that awareness that you're capable of more than you've been allowing yourself to be. That's not fantasy. That's not delusion. That's your architect self trying to break through. The question isn't whether you can do this. You can. The question is whether you will. Whether you're willing to make the uncomfortable choice to let go of the identity you've been carrying. Whether you're willing to step into uncertainty without the security of the victim narrative to fall back on. Whether you're willing to be responsible for what you build next. And here's what might help you decide. Think about the cost of staying where you are, not just in terms of what you're not accomplishing, in terms of who you're not becoming, in terms of the life you're not living, in terms of the impact you're not making. What is it costing you to keep telling the same story? What opportunities are you missing because you're still identified as a victim of your circumstances? Now think about the cost of transforming, the discomfort of rewiring neural pathways, the awkwardness of trying on new behaviors, the potential loss of relationships that are built on the old story, the responsibility of being accountable for outcomes, the vulnerability of hoping for more when you've trained yourself to expect less. Is that cost higher than the cost of staying stuck? For most people, staying stuck is actually more expensive. It just doesn't feel that way because the cost is spread out over time and becomes normalized. But when you add it up, when you really look at what you're sacrificing to maintain a victim identity, the price is astronomical. Dreams deferred, potential unrealized, years spent in patterns that don't serve you, relationships that never deepen because you're too defended, opportunities that pass by because you're too afraid to reach for them. The architect path is uncomfortable, but it's expensive in a different way. It costs you your excuses, your justifications, your ability to blame others for your outcomes. It costs you the sympathy you get from being wounded, the attention you get from sharing your trauma, the comfort of staying in the known. But what you get in exchange is agency, power, growth, impact, a life that's authored by you instead of by your circumstances. Which price are you willing to pay? Because you're paying one either way. The only question is which investment has a return. Let's talk about what the next 90 days look like if you actually commit to this shift. Because transformation isn't a single decision. It's a series of micro decisions compounded over time. It's daily practices that might feel insignificant in the moment, but create massive change in aggregate. Day 1. You wake up and you ask the architect question, "What am I building today?" You notice how different that feels from your usual mental chatter. You notice the resistance. You ask it anyway. Day 7. You've caught yourself in victim mode at least 20 times. You've redirected at least half of those. You're starting to see the pattern of what triggers you. Day 14, you've had your first real test. Something happened that would normally send you into a victim spiral for days. You felt the pull. You used your comeback script. You stayed in motion. You didn't do it perfectly, but you did it differently. Day 30, you notice that some of your relationships feel strained. People are responding to you differently because you're not playing your old role. You feel the urge to go back to make them comfortable. You don't. You stay the course. Day 60, you've built some evidence. Small wins that prove the architect's story is possible. You got a promotion. You started a side project. You ended a toxic relationship. You created something you're proud of. The evidence is starting to outweigh the old narrative. Day 90, you have a relapse. Something major triggers you, and you fall completely back into victim mode for 3 days. But here's what's different. You recognize it faster. You don't shame yourself. You use the relapse protocol. You get back on track. And you notice that even your relapses are less intense than they used to be. This is the trajectory. Not linear, not perfect, but directional. Let's build out what each of those 90 days actually looks like in practice. Because the difference between people who transform and people who talk about transforming is in the daily execution. The micro choices that seem insignificant but compound into massive change. Day 1 starts before you even open your eyes. You wake up and your mind immediately starts running its usual program. The worries about money, the resentment about yesterday's conversation, the anxiety about today's meeting. This is autopilot. This is the victim operating system booting up. Your first micro-challenge is to interrupt it before it fully loads. You say out loud, even if it feels ridiculous, "Today I'm building." Just that phrase. Today I'm building. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to know what you're building. You just have to establish that today is about construction, not destruction. About moving forward, not rehearsing backward. You get out of bed within 60 seconds of waking. No scrolling, no mental spiraling. Feet on floor. That's day 1, micro challenge 1. Day 2 introduces the replacement practice. Every time you catch yourself in a victim thought, you don't just stop it. You replace it with an architect thought. Victim thought. I'm so behind everyone else. Architect replacement. I'm on my own timeline and I'm making progress. Victim thought. This always happens to me. Architect replacement. This happened. What can I learn from it? You're not toxic positivitying yourself. You're giving your brain a different pattern to run. Do this at least 5 times today. Write them down. This is evidence you're rewiring. Day 3 is about environment modification. You're going to change one thing in your physical space that represents the old story and add one thing that represents the new story. Maybe you remove a photo that keeps you stuck in the past. Maybe you add a book that represents who you're becoming. Maybe you rearrange your desk to face a window instead of a wall. Small environmental shifts create identity shifts because your brain takes cues from your surroundings. What you see every day becomes what you believe is possible. Day 4 is the relationship audit day. You're going to track every conversation you have, not to judge people, to gather data. After each conversation, you ask, did I feel more capable or more helpless after talking to this person? Did they ask about what I'm building or what I'm complaining about? Did they challenge me to grow or comfort me in staying stuck? You're not cutting anyone off yet. You're just becoming aware of the influence patterns. Day 5 introduces the comeback script practice. You're going to write out your personal architect story. 3 paragraphs. First paragraph. What happened to you, stated factually without dramatization. Second paragraph. What you decided those events meant about you in the old story. Third paragraph. What you're choosing to make them mean in the new story. You read this out loud 3 times today. You're programming your brain with the new narrative. Day 6 is about taking one action you've been avoiding because of the old story. Not something huge, something specific and completable today. Maybe it's sending an email you've been putting off. Maybe it's signing up for that class. Maybe it's having a conversation you've been avoiding. Maybe it's deleting a number you keep texting when you're weak. One action that the architect version of you would take that the victim version keeps avoiding. Day 7 is review day. You look back at the week. You write down 3 pieces of evidence that you're capable of change. Not 3 things you accomplished. 3 moments where you chose differently, where you interrupted a pattern, where you acted from possibility instead of protection. This is how you build self-trust, not through massive transformations, through documented micro-victories. Now let me show you what this looks like in a real scenario. Jessica is 31. She was sexually assaulted in college. For 9 years, she's been telling herself the story that she's broken, that she can't trust men, that intimacy is dangerous. She's been in therapy. She's done the work on the trauma itself. But she's still stuck in the victim identity around it. She starts the 90-day protocol. Day 1, she wakes up and her first thought is the usual one. I'm damaged goods. Nobody's going to want me when they find out. She catches it. She says out loud, today I'm building. It feels fake. She does it anyway. Day 3, she removes the journal where she's been documenting every triggering moment for the past 3 years. She's been using it in therapy, but she realizes it's become a shrine to her victimhood. She doesn't throw it away. She puts it in a box in her closet. She's not erasing what happened. She's just stopping the daily reinforcement of her brokenness. Day 6, she downloads a dating app. Not to actually date, just to prove to herself that she can, that she has agency, that she's not permanently removed from that possibility. She doesn't swipe on anyone. She just creates the profile. That's the action. That's the evidence. Day 12, she goes on a first date. It's awkward. He's nice, but not her type. But she notices something. She didn't tell him her trauma story. For the first time in years, she had a conversation with a man where she was just Jessica, not Jessica the survivor. That identity shift, even for 90 minutes, cracks something open. Day 23, she has a panic attack before a second date with someone she actually likes. All the old programming floods back. She's not ready. She's going to ruin this. She's too broken. This is where the comeback script matters. She pulls out her phone. She reads the 3 paragraphs she wrote. She reminds herself that the panic is information, not truth. She goes on the date anyway. She tells him she's anxious. He says he is too. They laugh. She realizes her vulnerability isn't damage, it's humanity. Day 47. He asks about her past. She has a choice. She can tell him the victim version, where she's forever defined by what happened. Or she can tell him the architect version, where it's part of her story, but not the whole story. She chooses architect. She says, "Something happened to me in college that I've been healing from. It made me more careful about who I trust, which is actually a good thing. I'm not broken because of it. I'm just more intentional now." Day 61, they sleep together. It's not perfect. There are moments where she dissociates, where the trauma response kicks in. But afterward, instead of spiraling into shame, she talks about it. She says, "Sometimes my body reacts to things that aren't actually happening right now. It's not about you. It's just something I'm working through." He holds her. He doesn't run. She realizes that being an architect doesn't mean being healed. It means being honest about the process while staying in motion. Day 90, she relapses. She sees someone who looks like her assailant at a coffee shop. She has a full trauma response. She goes home. She cancels plans. She spends 2 days in bed telling herself she'll never be normal. But on day 3 of the relapse, something different happens. She remembers the protocol. She doesn't shame herself for the relapse. She treats it as data. She realizes she needs more tools for trauma triggers specifically. She books an EMDR session. She reaches out to her support system. She gets back up. That's what 90 days of micro-practices creates. Not perfection, not the absence of triggers, but a completely different relationship to the story. Jessica isn't defined by what happened anymore. She's defined by what she's building despite it, and that shift changes everything. Now let's talk about the relapse-proofing plan in detail. Because relapses are inevitable, your brain has been running the victim program for years, maybe decades. That neural pathway is a highway. The architect pathway is currently a dirt road. When you're stressed, tired, triggered, or overwhelmed, your brain is going to default to the highway. That's not failure. That's neuroscience. The relapse-proofing plan has 5 components: early warning system, intervention scripts, support activation, recovery protocol, post-relapse analysis. Let's break down each one. Early warning system means you identify your personal red flags, the behaviors and thought patterns that signal you're sliding back into victim mode before you're fully there. For some people, it's starting to isolate. For others, it's picking fights. For others, it's excessive sleeping or scrolling or drinking or shopping. You need to know your tells. Make a list right now. What are the first 3 things you do when you're slipping back into old patterns? For me, it's stopping my morning practice. It's canceling plans with people who challenge me. It's consuming hours of content that reinforces helplessness. Those are my red flags. When I notice 2 of them happening, I know I'm in early stage relapse and I can intervene before it gets worse. Intervention scripts are pre-written responses you deploy the moment you notice a red flag. They're not affirmations. They're reality checks written by architect you for victim you. Here's an example of an intervention script. I'm noticing I'm in victim mode right now. My brain is telling me I'm helpless and nothing I do matters. That's not true. That's just the old program running. In the past 90 days, I've created evidence that I can choose differently. Here are 3 specific examples. 1, I did the thing I was avoiding on day 6. 2, I had the conversation I was scared of on day 19. 3, I set the boundary I thought would end the relationship, and it actually improved it on day 34. Those things happened. They're real. I'm capable of more than this feeling is telling me. I'm going to take one small action right now that moves me back toward architect mode. I'm going to send one text. I'm going to do 10 push-ups. I'm going to write one paragraph. Something, anything, to interrupt this pattern. You write these scripts when you're in architect mode so they're available when you're in victim mode. Because when you're in victim mode, you can't think your way out. You need pre-built tools. Support activation means you have a list of 3 to 5 people you can reach out to when you're relapsing. These are not people who will validate your victim story. These are people who will compassionately call you back to your architect story. You text them a specific message, "I'm in relapse. I need a reminder." And they know what to send back. They send you back your own architect story. They remind you of recent wins. They ask you the architect questions. They don't let you wallow, but they don't shame you either. You set this up in advance. You literally ask people, "If I text you this specific phrase, here's what I need you to say back to me." You give them the script, because in relapse, you can't ask for what you need. You need it pre-arranged. Recovery protocol is the step-by-step process you follow to get back on track. It's not complicated. Day 1 of recovery, you do one micro practice. Not all of them, just one. You ask the architect question in the morning. That's it. Day 2, you add another. You do the evening review. Day 3, you reach out to one person in your support system. Day 4, you take one small action you've been avoiding. You're not trying to sprint back to full architect mode. You're gently rebuilding momentum. Post-relapse analysis is the most important part. After you're back on track, you sit down and you examine what happened. What was the trigger? What was I not prepared for? What skills do I need to develop? What support do I need to add? What was the story I told myself that pulled me under? How can I write a better comeback script for that specific trigger? You document this. You build a relapse library. Every time you relapse and recover, you add to it. Over time, you start to see patterns. You start to predict relapses before they happen. You start to have tools for every common trigger. And the relapses get shorter and less intense because you've built a system. Here's what that looks like practically. David is 47. He's been building his architect identity for 6 months. He's made real progress. He left the job that was draining him. He's working on his own consulting practice. He's proud of the risk he took. Then he has his first month with almost no income. The fear hits like a freight train. Within 48 hours, he's telling himself he made a terrible mistake. He should have stayed at the soul-crushing job. At least it was stable. He's too old to be taking these risks. Who does he think he is? This is victim mode, full relapse. But David has a system. He notices the red flag. He's stopped reaching out to potential clients. He's spending hours reading articles about recession and economic collapse. He recognizes these behaviors. He pulls out his intervention script. I'm scared right now because money is tight, and that triggers my old story about security. But fear is not a good strategist. In the past 6 months, I've built evidence that I can handle uncertainty. I landed my first 3 clients when I had no idea what I was doing. I figured out pricing, I created systems, I got testimonials. That happened. It's real. The fact that this month is slow doesn't erase those wins. It just means I need to increase my outreach activity. I'm going to send 5 emails to potential clients today. That's my action. He does it. He sends the emails. He activates his support system. He texts his accountability partner. I'm in relapse around money fear. I need you to remind me I'm capable. His partner texts back. You've been in scary financial situations before and you've always figured it out. This is not different. You're an architect. Build your way out. Within 72 hours, David is back on track. He books a new client, but more importantly, he's proven to himself that he can relapse and recover. That the relapse doesn't mean the transformation was fake. It just means he's human, and his nervous system still has old wiring, and he's building new wiring every time he chooses differently. Now let's go deeper on the day-by-day micro-challenges for the full 90 days. Because general principles don't change behavior, specific daily practices do. Days 8 through 14 are about disruption patterns. Day 8, you're going to interrupt one physical habit that's connected to victim identity. Maybe you always sit in the same spot on the couch where you do your catastrophizing. Sit somewhere else. Maybe you always take the same route to work, where you rehearse the same resentments. Take a different route. Physical pattern disruption creates mental pattern disruption. Day 9 is about voice change. You're going to pay attention to how you talk about yourself today. Every time you hear yourself using victim language, you're going to rephrase it in architect language, not just in your head. Out loud, even if you're alone. I can't becomes, I haven't yet. I always becomes, I used to. I'm not the kind of person who becomes, I'm becoming the kind of person who. You're reprogramming through repetition. Day 10 is gratitude with a twist. You're not just listing things you're grateful for. You're listing things that went wrong that you handled. Things that used to derail you that you navigated. Evidence that you're more resilient than your victim story claims. Write 3 examples. I was rejected for that opportunity, and I applied to 3 more instead of giving up. I had that triggering conversation, and I set a boundary instead of collapsing. I felt the anxiety, and I did the thing anyway. Day 11 is the fear inventory. You're going to write down everything you're afraid of about becoming an architect, losing your identity, not knowing who you are without the victim story, disappointing people who are comfortable with you being small, failing without the excuse of trauma, succeeding and having to maintain it. Get it all out, because unexpressed fears run the show. Expressed fears lose their power. Day 12 is Energy Audit Day. You're tracking your energy levels after every activity and interaction today. Not your mood, your energy. Does this make me feel more alive or more drained? Does this make me feel more capable or more helpless? You're gathering data on what actually serves your transformation versus what just feels comfortable. Day 13 is the future self-letter. You're going to write a letter from the version of you that exists 1 year from now, after fully committing to this transformation. What does that version want current you to know? What encouragement does that version have? What can they see from their vantage point that you can't see yet? Let your future self speak to your present self. Day 14 is the first major decision point. You're going to make one decision that you've been avoiding because it requires you to act from architect identity instead of victim identity. Maybe it's ending a relationship that's been dead for years. Maybe it's starting a project you've been talking about forever. Maybe it's having a conversation that terrifies you. Maybe it's investing in something that would move you forward. One decision, implemented today. Days 15 through 21 are about building architect rituals. Day 15, you create a morning architect ritual. Not a miracle morning routine with 17 steps. 3 things. Maybe it's asking the architect question, doing a 2-minute visualization of who you're becoming, and writing 1 page. 3 things. Every morning, non-negotiable. Day 16, you create an evening architect ritual. You review the day. You extract 1 lesson. You plan tomorrow's architect action. You do a 2-minute meditation where you let go of what didn't go well. 3 things. Every evening. This bookends your day with intention. Day 17 is about wardrobe as identity. You're going to wear something today that represents architect you, not victim you. Maybe it's something you've been saving for when you lose weight or gain confidence or deserve it. Wear it now. Maybe it's something bold that victim you would never choose. Wear it anyway. Your clothing sends signals to your brain about who you're allowed to be. Day 18 is uncomfortable conversation day. You're going to have 1 conversation you've been avoiding. With your partner about your needs, with your boss about your value, with your parent about a boundary, with yourself about a truth you've been denying. 1 conversation that architect you would have, but victim, you keeps postponing. Day 19 is investment day. You're going to invest money in your transformation, not a fortune, something meaningful enough that you'll actually use it because you paid for it. Maybe it's a course, maybe it's a coach, maybe it's a gym membership, maybe it's therapy, maybe it's books. You're putting financial skin in the game. Day 20 is the comparison detox. You're going to unfollow or mute every account that makes you feel less than. Every person whose highlight reel makes you feel like a failure. Every influencer whose life makes yours feel small. You're not doing this from bitterness. You're doing it from strategic self-care. You can celebrate other people's wins without drowning in them. Day 21 is Reflection Week. You look back at 3 weeks. You write down every piece of evidence you've created that the new story is possible. You notice what's working. You notice what's not. You adjust your approach. This is iterative transformation. You're beta testing your new identity. Days 22 through 30 are about dealing with pushback, because by now, people are noticing you're different, and some of them won't like it. Day 22 is the boundary test. Someone's going to push back on your new behavior. They're going to try to pull you back into your old role. Your job is to hold the boundary without over-explaining. No is a complete sentence. I've decided to do things differently is enough. You don't need to justify your transformation to people who are comfortable with your stuckness. Day 23 is about sitting with discomfort. You're going to let yourself feel how awkward this transformation is without trying to fix it or escape it. You're rewiring your brain. Rewiring is uncomfortable. That's not wrong. That's the process. Sit with it. Breathe through it. Don't scroll it away or drink it away or shop it away. Day 24 is the relationship decision day. There's one relationship that's actively undermining your transformation. You've known it for a while. Today, you make a decision about it. Either you have a direct conversation about how it needs to change, or you create distance, not from anger, from clarity. Day 25 is about practicing receiving. Someone's going to compliment you or offer you help. Victim, you deflects it. Architect, you receives it. You say thank you without minimizing. You accept the help without feeling like a burden. You let the compliment land without immediately contradicting it. Practice receiving as an architect. Day 26 is Financial Architecture Day. You're going to do one thing that moves your financial situation in an architect direction. Maybe you create a budget. Maybe you open a savings account. Maybe you start a side income stream. Maybe you have the salary conversation. Maybe you stop the spending pattern that's connected to victim soothing. One financial action. Day 27 is body reclamation. You're going to do something physical that proves to your body you're capable. Maybe you work out. Maybe you dance. Maybe you go for a long walk. Maybe you try a sport you loved as a kid. Your body holds victim identity too. You need to give it new experiences. Day 28 is the forgiveness exploration. Not premature forgiveness, not spiritual bypassing, but exploring whether holding on to resentment is serving you. You write a letter to someone who hurt you. You don't send it. You just write it. You say everything you've never said. Then you ask yourself, do I want to carry this person in my head every day for the rest of my life? If not, what would letting go look like? Day 29 is about celebrating progress. You're going to actively celebrate how far you've come, not in a toxic positivity way, in a real acknowledgement way. You did something hard. You showed up for yourself. You chose differently. That matters. Take yourself to dinner. Buy yourself something meaningful. Mark this moment. Day 30 is the first checkpoint. You look back at the full month. You write a letter to yourself about what you've learned. What surprised you? What was harder than you expected? What was easier? What you're proud of? What you're still struggling with? This letter is a bookmark. This is evidence. On your worst day in month 2 or 3, you'll read this letter and remember you're capable of change. Days 31 through 60 are about depth. You're not learning new practices. You're going deeper into the ones you have. Day 31, you're going to increase your morning architect ritual from 3 things to 5. You're adding physical movement and creative expression. Maybe you do 10 minutes of stretching or yoga. Maybe you write or draw or play music for 5 minutes. You're integrating body and creativity into your identity shift. Day 32 is about teaching what you're learning. You're going to share one insight from your transformation with someone who needs to hear it. Not from a preachy place, from a vulnerable place. I'm learning this thing. It's helping me. I thought it might help you too. Teaching accelerates learning. Day 33, you double your uncomfortable action quota. Instead of one thing you're avoiding, you do 2. You're building your capacity for discomfort. You're proving to yourself that you can handle more than you think. Day 34 is Values Clarification Day. You write down your top 5 non-negotiable values, not what you wish they were, what they actually are based on how you spend your time and money. Then you write down the values you want to be living from. You compare the lists. You identify the gap. You create one action to close it. Day 35 is the origin story rewrite. You're going to tell your story to someone new, but you're going to tell the architect version, not the victim version. You're going to practice framing your past as material you're building from, not trauma you're defined by. Notice how it feels different. Notice how they respond differently. Day 36 is a full digital detox. No phone except for essential communication. No social media. No news. No consumption. Just you and your thoughts and your present reality. You're practicing being with yourself without distraction. You're noticing what comes up when you're not avoiding it. Day 37 is the fear confrontation. You do the one thing you've been most afraid of. The thing that victim you has been using as evidence that you're not ready. You do it scared. You do it imperfectly. You do it anyway. And you document how it feels to survive it. Day 38 is gratitude letters. You write thank you letters to 3 people who've supported your transformation. You actually send them. You practice acknowledging that you're not doing this alone. You practice vulnerability and appreciation. Day 39 is financial review. You look at how your money situation has changed in the past 39 days. Not just the numbers, the energy around money. Are you making decisions from scarcity or abundance? Are you investing in yourself? Are you creating value? Are you protecting victim identity through poverty consciousness? Day 40 is skill acquisition. You start learning one new skill that architect you would have. Maybe it's public speaking, maybe it's negotiation, maybe it's a technical skill for your career pivot, maybe it's a creative skill you've always wanted. You're not becoming an expert. You're becoming someone who learns new things. That's identity shift. Days 41 through 55 are about integration and stress testing. Day 41, you're going to put yourself in a situation that would normally trigger victim mode and practice staying in architect mode throughout it. Maybe it's a family gathering. Maybe it's a performance review. Maybe it's a date. You're testing your new wiring under pressure. Day 42 is the imposter syndrome day. You're going to notice every time imposter syndrome shows up, and you're going to talk back to it. Imposter syndrome says, you're faking this. You don't really belong here. Everyone's going to find out you're not good enough. You say back, I'm learning. That's different from faking. Everyone feels like this when they're growing. The fact that I feel uncomfortable means I'm doing it right. Day 43 is contribution day. You do something for someone else that requires you to show up as architect. Maybe you mentor someone. Maybe you volunteer your skills. Maybe you create something valuable and give it away. You practice being the person who has something to offer, not the person who only needs. Day 44 is the rejection practice. You do something where rejection is possible. You pitch something. You ask for something. You put yourself out there knowing you might hear no. And when you hear no, you practice treating it as data instead of as confirmation that you're not enough. Day 45 is rest without guilt. You take a full day off from productivity. You rest, you play, you do nothing useful, and you practice not feeling guilty about it. Architect, you knows that rest is part of building. Victim, you equates rest with laziness. You're rewiring that belief. Day 46 is the identity statement day. You write a 1-paragraph statement of who you are now. Not who you were, not who you're trying to be. Who you are in this moment after 46 days of choosing differently. You read it out loud. You let it sink in. This is your new origin story. Day 47 is the relationship upgrade. You do something to deepen one relationship that supports your transformation. Maybe you have a more vulnerable conversation. Maybe you ask for what you need. Maybe you express appreciation. You're building a support system that can hold the new you. Day 48 is the vision board revision. You created a vision earlier. Now you're updating it based on what you've learned. Your vision is allowed to evolve as you evolve. You're not locked into the architect identity you imagined at day 1. You're discovering it in real time. Day 49 is financial abundance practice. You do something that represents financial abundance even if you don't feel abundant yet. Maybe you buy the organic groceries instead of the cheapest ones. Maybe you tip generously. Maybe you invest in quality instead of settling for cheap. You're practicing the energy of abundance. Day 50 is the discomfort inventory. You write down everything that still feels uncomfortable about your transformation. Then you rate each item. Is this uncomfortable because it's wrong or because it's unfamiliar? Most of the time, it's unfamiliar. Unfamiliar becomes familiar through repetition. You're going to repeat anyway. Day 51 through 55, you're repeating your strongest practices while eliminating what's not working. You're refining your system. You're becoming more efficient at transformation. You're noticing what actually moves the needle versus what just feels productive. Days 56 through 70 are about expansion. Day 56, you're going to share your transformation publicly in some way. Social media post, blog article, conversation at a gathering. You're coming out as an architect. You're making it real by making it known. Day 57 is the bold ask. You ask for something you want but don't think you deserve. A raise, a date, an opportunity, help with something. You practice asking from worthiness instead of from apologetic hoping. Day 58 is the appearance upgrade. You do something to your physical appearance that reflects architect identity. New haircut, new wardrobe piece, fitness milestone, skincare routine. Something that says, I'm worth investing in. Day 59 is the space reclamation. You reclaim a space in your life that's been dominated by victim energy. Maybe it's your bedroom that's been a depression cave. Maybe it's your car that's been a mobile breakdown zone. You clean it, organize it, make it intentional. Day 60 is the halfway celebration. You're 60 days into rewiring your brain. That's significant. You celebrate meaningfully. You acknowledge that you've done something most people won't do. You've stayed consistent. You've shown up. That matters. Days 61 through 75 are about anchoring. Day 61, you create a physical anchor for architect identity. Maybe it's a piece of jewelry you wear every day. Maybe it's a tattoo, if that's your thing. Maybe it's an object on your desk. Something tangible that reminds you who you're becoming. Day 62 is the legacy letter. You write a letter to someone 10 years younger who's going through what you went through. What do you want them to know? What do you wish someone had told you? You're not just transforming for yourself. You're becoming someone who can guide others. Day 63 is the complete schedule audit. You look at how you spend every hour of your week. Is this the schedule of an architect or a victim? Are you filling time with distraction or building with intention? You make one major schedule change based on architect priorities. Day 64 is the money story rewrite. You examine your beliefs about money. Where did they come from? Are they serving you? You write a new money story based on abundance and possibility instead of scarcity and resentment. Day 65 is the body appreciation practice. You thank your body for everything it's done for you, for surviving, for healing, for carrying you through. You stop criticizing it. You start appreciating it as the vehicle for your transformation. Day 66 through 70, you're practicing advanced architect skills. Day 66 is about receiving criticism without collapse. Someone criticizes you. You don't take it as proof you're not enough. You extract what's useful. You discard what's not. You stay centered. Day 67 is conflict without catastrophe. You have a disagreement without making it mean the relationship is over or you're being abandoned. You practice healthy conflict as an architect. Day 68 is failure without identity collapse. Something doesn't work out. You don't make it mean you're a failure. You make it mean you tried something and got data. You adjust and try again. Day 69 is success without waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something goes well. You let yourself enjoy it without immediately looking for what's going to go wrong. You practice being someone good things happen to. Day 70 is the integration check. You notice how many of these practices have become automatic, what you don't have to think about anymore. What's become your default setting? That's evidence of neural pathway change. Days 71 through 85 are about sustainability and refinement. Day 71, you build your relapse early warning system. You identify exactly what tells you're sliding back. You share it with your support system so they can help you notice. Day 72 through 78, you practice the comeback protocol. You intentionally put yourself in situations that might trigger victim mode, and you practice coming back faster each time. You're stress testing your system. Day 79 is the relationship completion. If there's a relationship that needs to end or dramatically change to support your transformation, you complete it today. You have the conversation. You create the boundary. You let go. Day 80 is the future planning day. You map out the next year as an architect. What are you building? What milestones matter? What support do you need? This isn't fantasy. This is strategic planning. Day 81 through 85, you're teaching your system to others. You mentor someone. You share your practices. You create content. You serve from your transformation. This anchors it deeper than anything else could. Days 86 through 90 are the final integration. Day 86, you do a complete life audit. Career, relationships, health, finances, personal growth, contribution. You rate each area. You identify what needs attention. You create specific architect actions for each. Day 87 is the forgiveness completion. If there's anyone you need to forgive, including yourself, you do the work today. Not because they deserve it, because you deserve to be free from carrying them. Day 88 is the vision crystallization. You get crystal clear on the life you're building, not vague, specific. You write it out in detail. This becomes your North Star. Day 89 is the commitment renewal. You recommit to the architect path for another 90 days. You acknowledge it's not finished. It's just beginning. You sign up for the long game. Day 90 is the transformation documentation. You document everything. You write about who you were 90 days ago and who you are now. You capture the evidence. You create a record. Because on your worst day in the future, you'll need to remember that transformation is possible. And this will be proof. Each cycle strengthens the new neural pathways. Each practice reinforces the architect identity. Each decision from possibility instead of protection builds momentum. And somewhere in there, often without you noticing exactly when, the shift becomes real. The architect identity stops feeling like something you're trying on and starts feeling like who you actually are. But you have to give it time. You have to give it consistency. You have to give it commitment, even when you don't see immediate results. Because your brain doesn't rewire in a week, your nervous system doesn't recalibrate in a month, your identity doesn't transform overnight. This is a long game. And the people who win the long game are the people who show up every day, even when it's boring, even when it's hard, even when they're not sure it's working. So, what does showing up look like practically? It looks like morning practices that set your mindset before the world gets to you. It looks like evening reviews that extract lessons from the day. It looks like weekly check-ins where you assess your progress honestly. It looks like monthly adjustments where you refine your approach based on what's working and what's not. It looks like reading and listening to content from other architects instead of drowning in victim narratives. It looks like choosing conversations that challenge you instead of comfort you. It looks like making decisions from strategy instead of emotion. It looks like investing in yourself even when you're scared. It looks like taking action before you feel ready. It looks like asking for help without shame. Like building a support system of people who believe in your transformation. Like hiring coaches or therapists or mentors who can see your blind spots. Like joining communities of people who are on the same path. Like being honest about where you're struggling instead of pretending you have it all figured out. It looks like celebrating wins without minimizing them. Like acknowledging progress without dismissing how far you still have to go. Like being patient with yourself while maintaining high standards. Like extending yourself the same grace you'd extend to someone you love who's trying to change. And here's what it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like perfection. It doesn't look like never struggling. It doesn't look like erasing your past or pretending it didn't hurt. It doesn't look like becoming a different person. It looks like becoming more fully yourself. The version of yourself that exists when you're not filtered through trauma and fear and old stories. That version has always been there, waiting, watching, ready. It's the version that survived everything that happened. It's the version that got you this far. And it's the version that's capable of taking you further if you're willing to let it lead. There's a moment in every transformation where you realize you can't go back, where the old story stops fitting, where the victim identity feels like a costume you're wearing instead of who you are. You might not be there yet, but if you commit to this process, you will be. And when you get there, you'll look back at this moment and recognize it as the turning point. The moment you decided to become the architect instead of staying the victim. Some people never have that moment. They spend their entire lives in the story about what happened to them. They die without ever discovering what they could have built. They waste their one chance at existence performing a tragedy instead of authoring a triumph. Not because they weren't capable, because they weren't willing. You're different. You're here. You're listening. You're considering. You're already doing the hardest part, which is questioning the narrative. Everything else is just practice, just repetition, just commitment. And if you're willing to put in the work, the transformation is inevitable. But let's be specific about what that work entails. Because generalities don't change behavior, specifics do. Here's your actual practice for the next 30 days. Every morning before you check your phone, before you engage with anyone else's agenda, you ask yourself the architect question, what am I building today? You write down one specific thing, not a vague intention, a concrete action that moves you toward the life you're designing. Every time you catch yourself in victim mode throughout the day, you pause. You take a breath. You name it. I'm in victim mode. Then you ask, what's the architect interpretation of this situation? You don't have to believe it. You just have to articulate it. You're training your brain to see options instead of only seeing limitations. Every evening, you do a review. What did I build today? What evidence did I create that I'm capable of more than my old story suggested? What did I learn? What will I do differently tomorrow? You write it down. You make it concrete. You build a record of your transformation so that when your brain tries to tell you nothing's changing, you have proof otherwise. Once a week, you assess your inputs. What content did I consume? What conversations did I have? What environments was I in? Were they architect or victim? You adjust accordingly. You get ruthless about what you allow into your mental space. Once a month, you do a bigger review. What's working? What's not? What practices do I need to add? What practices do I need to drop? What support do I need to build? Where am I still stuck? You treat it like a business review because your transformation is your most important project. And here's the most important practice. You share what you're learning. You don't wait until you're perfect. You don't wait until you're fully healed. You start sharing the process. With friends, in writing, in conversations, on social media, wherever. Because teaching what you're learning accelerates your learning, and it creates accountability that keeps you honest. Now, some of you are thinking about specific obstacles, specific situations where architect thinking seems impossible. Let me address a few directly. What if I have actual diagnosed mental health conditions? Depression, anxiety, PTSD. Isn't architect thinking just ignoring real biochemical issues? No. Architect thinking isn't about denying that you have challenges. It's about refusing to let those challenges be your entire identity. You can have depression and still ask what you can build today. You can have anxiety and still make decisions from possibility instead of only from fear. You can have PTSD and still choose how you respond to triggers. Your conditions are real. They're also not the whole story. And treating them while also building your architect identity is actually more effective than treating them while staying in victim identity. Because victim identity makes you passive. Architect identity makes you an active participant in your own healing. What if I'm in an actively abusive situation right now? Isn't telling me to be an architect just victim blaming? No. If you're in active danger, your first priority is safety. Full stop. Architect thinking in that context looks like strategizing your exit, building your resources, planning your escape, gathering your evidence, protecting yourself and anyone else at risk. It's not about staying and being positive. It's about recognizing that even in the worst circumstances, you have some agency, and that agency might save your life. What if I don't have access to resources other people have? What if I'm genuinely disadvantaged by systems beyond my control? Absolutely valid. And the architect response is to understand those systems so you can navigate them more effectively, to build networks that create access, to develop skills that become your leverage, to find the cracks in the system and exploit them, to collaborate with others facing similar barriers, to fight for systemic change while also building personal capacity. None of that is incompatible with acknowledging that the game is rigged. It's just refusing to let that be the end of your story. The point is, there's no situation where becoming an architect makes things worse. There are situations where the path is harder, where the obstacles are greater, where the timeline is longer. But the mindset shift from victim to architect is universally beneficial because it returns power to the only person who can actually use it, you. And here's what happens when enough people make this shift, when enough individuals stop identifying as victims and start identifying as architects. Systems change, because systems are made of people. And when people change, systems have to adapt. Your personal transformation is political. Your individual healing is collective. Your private decision to build instead of blame has public ramifications. This is the legacy piece. This is what makes your transformation matter beyond your own life. Because you're not just changing your story, you're changing what's possible. You're expanding the narrative for everyone watching. You're creating proof that it can be done. And in a world full of people who are stuck in victim mode, that proof is revolutionary. Imagine if everyone who's been through trauma decided to become an architect instead of staying a victim. Imagine if everyone who's faced injustice decided to build systems that prevent it instead of just lamenting it. Imagine if everyone who struggled decided to extract lessons and share them. Instead of just suffering in isolation, the world would transform overnight. You can't control what everyone else does, but you can control what you do. And what you do ripples. Your kids watch you. Your friends watch you. Your community watches you. Strangers on the internet watch you. And when they see you transform, something in them shifts. A possibility opens. A question emerges. If they did it, could I? That question is the seed of their transformation. And you planted it just by choosing architect over victim in your own life. That's legacy. That's impact. That's meaning. And it's available to you right now if you're willing to step into it. So here's the moment of truth. What are you going to do with this information? You can listen to all of this, agree with it intellectually, and then go right back to your old patterns. Most people will. Or you can make a different choice. You can decide that today is day one, that this is the moment where your story changes. Not because circumstances changed, because you decided to write it differently. That decision doesn't require you to feel ready. It doesn't require you to have it all figured out. It doesn't require you to believe it's going to work. It just requires you to start, to take one action from architect identity instead of victim identity, to ask one different question, to make one choice from possibility instead of protection. What's that one thing for you, right now, in this moment? What's one thing you can do differently today because of what you've heard here? Is it a conversation you need to have, a boundary you need to set, a project you need to start, a pattern you need to interrupt, a relationship you need to end or begin, a risk you need to take, a truth you need to speak? Don't make it complicated. Don't make it huge. Just make it real. One action, one choice, one step. That's all transformation ever is. A series of single steps in a new direction, compounded over time, until you look back and realize you're somewhere completely different from where you started. And when you take that step, you're going to feel resistance. Your victim identity is going to panic. It's going to list every reason this won't work, every piece of evidence that you're not capable, every memory of past failures, every voice that told you to stay small. That's not truth. That's just fear. And fear is a terrible architect. You don't have to listen to fear. You can acknowledge it and act anyway. You can say, I hear you, I'm scared too, and I'm doing this anyway. Because courage isn't the absence of fear. Courage is action despite fear. And every time you choose action despite fear, you're rewiring your brain. You're proving to yourself that you're capable of more than your fear suggests. This is how neural pathways change. Not through understanding, through repetition, through doing the thing enough times that it becomes familiar, through proving to your nervous system that the new pattern is safe, through building evidence that overwhelms the old story. You already have everything you need to start. You don't need more information. You don't need better circumstances. You don't need someone's permission. You just need to decide. And then to take action on that decision. And then to take action again. And again, until the new pattern becomes as automatic as the old one was. The architect version of you is waiting. It's been waiting your whole life. Through every trauma, every setback, every moment you felt like giving up. It's still there, still possible, still accessible. The question is, are you ready to meet it? Are you ready to step into the version of yourself that exists on the other side of the victim story? Because that version is powerful. That version is free. That version is building something that matters. That version is living instead of just surviving. That version is the one you were always meant to become before circumstances convinced you otherwise. You don't become that version by waiting, by hoping, by wishing. You become that version by choosing, by practicing, by committing, by showing up every day and doing the work even when it's hard, even when you don't feel like it, even when you're not sure it's working. And somewhere in that process, the transformation becomes real. You stop pretending to be an architect and start being one. You stop trying on the identity and start inhabiting it. You stop questioning whether it's possible and start living the proof that it is. That's what's available to you. That's what's on the other side of this decision. Not perfection, not the absence of struggle, not a life free of challenges, but a life where you're authoring your own story instead of being authored by your circumstances. A life where you're building instead of blaming. A life where you're powerful instead of helpless. Your story isn't finished. It's being written right now, in this moment, with this choice. You can keep writing the same chapter you've been writing for years, or you can start a new one. The pen is in your hand. The page is blank. The architect is waiting. What are you going to write next? But let's not end there, because the transformation we've been talking about isn't just personal development. It's economic opportunity. It's career transformation. It's the foundation for building something that creates value in the world while supporting your life financially. Let me show you exactly how to monetize your architect's story, because this is where most people stop. They do the internal work. They transform their mindset. They change their patterns. But they never translate that into tangible economic value. And that's a missed opportunity, not just for them, but for all the people who need what they've learned. Here's the framework. Your transformation has 4 monetizable components: your story, your system, your skills, and your support. Let's break down each one and how to package it. Your story is the hook. It's what makes people pay attention. But you're not selling the story itself. You're using the story to create connection and credibility. People need to know that you've been where they are, that you understand the struggle, that you're not some guru who's never faced real hardship. Your story is your credentials in a way no degree could ever be. Rachel was a corporate lawyer who had a complete breakdown at 38, panic attacks, depression, burnout. She took a leave of absence that turned into a resignation. She spent a year in therapy rebuilding herself. She learned meditation. She studied nervous system regulation. She completely restructured her relationship to work and worth. When she was ready to re-enter the workforce, she had a choice. She could go back to law and pretend the breakdown never happened, or she could use what she learned, She chose the second option. She started coaching other high-achieving professionals through burnout recovery. Her story about being a successful lawyer who completely fell apart became her calling card. It made her relatable. It made her trustworthy. It made her different from every other executive coach who'd never actually been through the crisis. Within 2 years, she was making more money coaching than she ever made as a lawyer. Why? Because she wasn't selling coaching. She was selling transformation from someone who'd actually transformed. Her story was the door that got people to pay attention to her system. Your system is what people actually pay for. It's the process you use to transform. It's the practices that worked. It's the frameworks that helped you shift from victim to architect. This is where you get specific and actionable. This is where you create intellectual property. For Rachel, her system had 5 phases. Acknowledge the collapse without making it your identity. Understand your nervous system and why it shut down. Rebuild your relationship with rest and productivity. Redefine success based on your values instead of external metrics. Reintegrate into work with boundaries and intention. That 5-phase system became her coaching program. It became her course. It became her book. It became her speaking framework. You already have a system, even if you don't realize it. You've been developing it through this entire transformation process. The practices that worked for you, the realizations that shifted everything, the tools you created to stay on track. That's not just your personal journey. That's a methodology that other people can follow. Take a moment and think about your transformation. What were the 3 to 5 key shifts that made the difference? What practices were non-negotiable? What realizations changed your perspective? What tools did you create? Write them down. That's your system. Now you just need to package it. Your skills are the 3rd component. These are the practical abilities you developed through your transformation. Maybe you learned to set boundaries. Maybe you learned to negotiate. Maybe you learned to public speak. Maybe you learned to regulate your emotions. Maybe you learned to build systems. Maybe you learned to sell. Whatever skills you had to develop to transform, those skills have value to others. Marcus, the man who was wrongfully incarcerated, developed skills in resilience, perspective-taking, forgiveness work, and systemic reform. Those weren't just personal growth skills. They were marketable skills. He taught them to corporations dealing with crisis. He taught them to non-profits working with marginalized populations. He taught them to individuals going through their own injustices. His skills became services, and services became income. Your support is the 4th component. This is the community and accountability you provide. Because people don't just need information. They need support while they implement it. They need accountability to stay consistent. They need community with others who are on the same path. This is where recurring revenue comes in. You can create a membership, a group coaching program, a mastermind, an online community. Somewhere people can get ongoing support as they go through their own transformation. This is more valuable than a one-time course, because transformation isn't a one-time event. It's a sustained practice, and people will pay monthly or annually for the support that keeps them on track. Let me show you what this looks like as a complete business model. Let's say you're someone who transformed your relationship with food after years of disordered eating. Your story is the hook. I struggled with binge eating for 15 years. I tried every diet. Nothing worked until I understood the emotional patterns driving it. That story gets attention from people who are struggling with the same thing. Your system is the 5 steps you use to heal your relationship with food. Identify your emotional triggers. Develop alternative coping mechanisms. Practice intuitive eating. Heal your body image. Build sustainable habits. That system becomes your signature framework. Your skills are the practical tools. Meal planning without restriction, emotional regulation techniques, body neutrality practices, mindful eating exercises. Those skills become workshops or mini courses. Your support is the community. A monthly membership where people share their struggles, celebrate wins, get coaching calls, access resources, and stay accountable. That's recurring revenue that supports your life while you support theirs. Now you have 4 revenue streams from one transformation. You sell one-on-one coaching at premium rates. You sell a group program at mid-tier rates. You sell a self-paced course at entry-level rates. You sell a membership for ongoing support. You've created a full value ladder from your own healing journey. But here's what's crucial. You don't wait until you're perfect to monetize. You don't wait until you're fully healed. You don't wait until you've been trauma-free for a decade. You start monetizing as soon as you're a few steps ahead of someone else. As soon as you have something that worked for you that could work for them. As soon as you've created any evidence that your approach has value. The best teachers are the ones who are still in process because they remember what it's like to struggle. They're relatable. They're accessible. They're honest about the reality of transformation instead of selling a fantasy. Your imperfection is actually your strength if you frame it right. Jennifer started a podcast about divorcing a narcissist while she was still in the middle of her divorce. She didn't wait until it was over. She documented the process. She shared what she was learning in real time. She built an audience of people who were going through the same thing. By the time her divorce was final, she had 20,000 listeners. She launched a course on protecting yourself legally and emotionally during a high-conflict divorce. She made 6 figures in the first year. Not because she was perfect, because she was real, and she was helping people while she was still figuring it out herself. That's the model. Transform yourself. Document the process. Share what's working. Build an audience of people who need what you're learning. Create products and services that help them implement what helped you. Do it while you're still in the messy middle. Don't wait for the fairy tale ending. Now let's talk about the practical steps to actually build this. Step 1 is choosing your positioning. Who specifically are you serving? Not everyone. A specific type of person with a specific struggle that you've overcome. The more specific you are, the more compelling your offer is. Bad positioning. I help people with trauma. Good positioning. I help women over 40 heal from childhood emotional neglect and build secure relationships for the first time. Bad positioning. I help people with career transitions. Good positioning. I help mid-level managers pivot from corporate to entrepreneurship without sacrificing financial stability. Specificity creates clarity. Clarity creates trust. Trust creates sales. When someone sees your positioning and thinks that's exactly me, you've won. When your positioning is vague, everyone scrolls past because no one thinks it's for them. Step 2 is building your audience. You need people to sell to. You build an audience by consistently creating valuable content in the places your ideal client hangs out. If they're on Instagram, create Instagram content. If they're on LinkedIn, create LinkedIn content. If they're in specific Facebook groups, contribute valuable insights there. If they listen to podcasts, pitch yourself as a guest. Your content should do 3 things: show you, understand their struggle, demonstrate you have a solution, prove you're credible through results and story. You're not trying to teach everything for free. You're giving enough value that people think if this is what she gives away, what she sells must be incredible. Post 3 to 5 times a week. Write about your transformation. Share your frameworks. Tell client stories with permission. Address common objections. Answer frequent questions. Be consistent for at least 6 months before you judge whether it's working. Audience building is a long game. Step 3 is creating your first offer. Don't start with a course. Start with high-touch service, one-on-one coaching or consulting. Why? Because you need practice delivering your system. You need to understand what people actually struggle with. You need testimonials and case studies. You need to refine your approach based on real client results. Price it at whatever makes you slightly uncomfortable. If you're thinking $100 an hour, charge $200. If you're thinking $500, charge $1,000. You'll grow into the price, and higher prices attract more committed clients who get better results, which gives you better testimonials. Deliver incredible value. Obsess over their results. Go above and beyond, because those first clients are your proof of concept. Their transformations become your marketing. Their testimonials become your credibility. Their referrals become your next clients. Step 4 is creating a group offer. Once you've worked with 10 to 20 people, one-on-one, you understand the common patterns. You know what works. You know where people get stuck. You know what support they need. Now you can package that into a group program. Group programs are more profitable than one-on-one because you're leveraging your time. Instead of one client paying you $2,000 for 3 months, you have 10 clients paying you $1,500 each. Same time investment. $15,000 instead of $2,000. And the group dynamic actually improves results because people learn from each other. Your group program should include weekly coaching calls, a clear curriculum, accountability mechanisms, and community access. Price it between $1,000 and $3,000, depending on length and transformation promised. Run it live the first few times so you can refine it based on participant feedback. Step 5 is creating scalable products. Once your group program is dialed in, you can create a self-paced version. A course people can buy and go through on their own. This is pure leverage. You create it once, you sell it forever. You might price it at $297 or $497. You can also create lower ticket products. A $47 mini course on one specific aspect of your system, a $97 workshop, a $27 ebook. These entry-level offers let people experience your teaching before investing in higher ticket programs, and they create passive income. Step 6 is building a membership or community. This is your retention model. After people go through your course or program, they can join your community for ongoing support. Maybe it's $47 a month or $500 a year. You host monthly Q&A calls. You provide new resources. You facilitate peer support. You keep people engaged with your work long-term. This is the full ecosystem. High-ticket one-on-one for premium clients. Mid-ticket group programs for people who want support. Lower-ticket courses for DIY learners. Membership for ongoing community. You meet people where they are financially and in their transformation journey. But here's what nobody tells you about building a business from your transformation. It's going to trigger every victim story you've worked so hard to overcome. You're going to have launches that flop. You're going to have clients who don't get results. You're going to have people who criticize your work. You're going to have months with no income. You're going to doubt whether you have anything valuable to offer. This is where your architect identity gets tested at the highest level, because now you're not just managing your own transformation. You're building something in the world. And the world pushes back. The market tests you. The algorithm ignores you. The competition seems better than you. And your victim story will try to use all of it as evidence that you should give up. This is where the daily practices matter more than ever. This is where the comeback scripts save you. This is where your support system keeps you going. This is where you practice everything you've learned under the most intense pressure. Thomas built a coaching business, helping men process grief after loss. His own father died when he was 25. He spent years in unprocessed grief. When he finally healed, he wanted to help others. He built his audience. He got his first clients. Everything was working. Then he had a launch that made 0 sales. 0. He spent 3 months creating a program. He talked about it for weeks. He opened enrollment. Nobody bought. The victim story came roaring back. See? You're not good enough. This is just like when your father died and you couldn't save him. You can't save anyone. You should quit. He almost did, but he remembered the protocol. He named it. I'm in victim mode. This launch failure is triggering my old story about not being enough. He used his comeback script. I've helped 15 people transform their grief. That's real. That's evidence. One failed launch doesn't erase 15 lives changed. I'm going to figure out what went wrong and try again differently. He asked for feedback. He realized his messaging was unclear. His offer was confusing. His audience wasn't ready for that particular program. He adjusted. He created a simpler offer. He launched again. 8 people enrolled. He was back in motion. That cycle will repeat. Failure, victim trigger, comeback protocol, adjusted action, progress. Over and over, building a business from your transformation isn't easier than transforming yourself. It's harder. Because now you're dealing with external variables you can't control. Market conditions, algorithm changes, economic shifts, competitor moves, customer objections. But here's what makes it worth it. Every time you help someone transform using what you learned from your own transformation, you complete a circle. Your pain gets to mean something. Your struggle gets to serve someone. Your transformation gets to ripple beyond yourself. And that gives the whole journey a different meaning. You're not just someone who survived trauma. You're someone who turned trauma into a tool for helping others survive theirs. You're not just someone who overcame obstacles. You're someone who created a pathway for others to follow. You're not just someone who transformed yourself. You're someone who's facilitating transformation for others. That's legacy. That's purpose. That's the architect. Identity fully realized. And financially, when done well, it's more than viable. It's abundant. The coaching industry is multi-billion-dollar because transformation has infinite value. People will pay whatever it costs if they believe you can help them change their lives. Your job is to create enough proof that your system works, build enough trust that people believe in you, and serve at a high enough level that results speak for themselves. You don't need to be famous. You don't need millions of followers. You need a few hundred people who deeply resonate with your specific message and are willing to invest in your specific solution. That's enough to build a six-figure business. If you want to scale beyond that, you can, but you don't have to. You can have a small, focused practice that supports your life beautifully while you support others powerfully. Now let's talk about the daily architecture of actually running this business while maintaining your transformation. Because the business itself can become a victim trap if you're not careful. You can start people-pleasing clients. You can start overworking to prove your worth. You can start basing your value on your revenue. You can start neglecting the practices that got you here because you're too busy. You need boundaries. You work specific hours and not beyond them. You take weekends off. You don't respond to clients at 10 p.m. just because they texted. You maintain your morning practice even when you have early calls. You protect your evening ritual even when you have late work. You schedule rest like you schedule client sessions. You need financial boundaries. You don't charge less than your minimum just because someone says they can't afford you. You don't work for free to prove your value. You don't let clients pay late repeatedly. You don't take on more clients than you can serve excellently. You build financial reserves so you're not desperate. Desperation creates victim energy, which undermines everything. You need emotional boundaries. Client results are not your identity. You can give everything you have, and some people still won't transform. That's not your failure. That's their journey. You can hold space for people's pain without absorbing it. You can care deeply without making their problems your problems. You can be invested in their success without your worth depending on it. You need strategic boundaries. You don't chase every opportunity. You don't say yes to every speaking gig, podcast, collaboration, or client. You stay focused on your specific positioning and your specific people. You build depth, not width. You become known for one thing you do exceptionally well instead of trying to be everything to everyone. And you need temporal boundaries. You're building this for the long term, not quick cash. Not overnight success, long-term sustainable impact, which means you make decisions that might cost you in the short term, but serve you in the long term. You invest in quality over speed. You build real relationships over transactional ones. You create valuable content over viral content. You prioritize substance over hype. This is architect business building, strategic, intentional, sustainable, boundaried. Most people build businesses from victim energy and wonder why they burn out. They hustle from insecurity. They overgive from unworthiness. They say yes from desperation. They work constantly from fear. That's not sustainable, and it's not necessary. You can build a successful business from architect energy, from abundance, from worthiness, from strategy, from confidence. And when you do, the business becomes another expression of your transformation instead of a threat to it. Let me give you a year one roadmap for monetizing your transformation. Months 1 through 3, you're building your foundation, you're clarifying your positioning, you're creating content consistently, you're building your audience, you're having conversations with potential clients to understand their struggles. You're not selling yet. You're researching and connecting. Months 4 through 6, you're offering your first service. One-on-one coaching or consulting. You're charging real money. You're delivering real value. You're getting testimonials. You're refining your approach. You're making enough to cover some expenses, but probably not replacing income yet. That's normal. Months 7 through 9. You're creating your first group offer. You're enrolling your first cohort. You're running it live. You're adjusting as you go. You're building case studies. You're increasing your income because you're leveraging your time better. Months 10 through 12. You're launching your first digital product, a course or a workshop. You're building email list. You're running your second or third group cohort. You're raising your one-on-one prices because you're more experienced and have proof of results. You're hopefully making enough to see this as viable long-term. Year 2, you're scaling what works. You're running multiple group cohorts. You're selling your course consistently. You're potentially building a team, an assistant, a social media manager, a tech person. You're creating more leverage. You're building systems. You're moving toward replacing your income, if you haven't already. Year 3, you're established. You have a reputation. You have consistent clients. You have predictable revenue. You have systems that run without you managing every detail. You're making strategic decisions about whether to scale bigger or stay focused. You're probably making more than your old career if you're doing this well. That's a realistic timeline. Not get rich quick. Build wealth sustainably. And it only works if you maintain your architect identity throughout. If you slide back into victim mode, you'll self-sabotage. You'll price too low. You'll overwork. You'll attract nightmare clients. You'll quit when it gets hard. The business success is downstream from the identity transformation. But when both are in place, when you're building a business as an architect, from an architect mindset, serving people through their own architect transformation, it's the most aligned work you could possibly do. You wake up knowing that your suffering wasn't wasted, that your healing is helping others heal, that your transformation is creating transformation. That's meaning, that's purpose, that's legacy, and it pays the bills beautifully. So the question isn't just, will you transform yourself? The question is, will you use that transformation to serve others? Will you monetize the lessons? Will you build something that outlasts you? Will you create a body of work that proves your life meant something beyond your personal experience? Because that's what's possible. When you shift from victim to architect, you don't just change your story. You become someone who helps others change theirs. And in doing that, you create ripple effects you'll never fully see. People you'll never meet will be impacted by your work. Lives you'll never know about will be changed because you chose to transform and then share the pathway. That's the ultimate architect move. Taking your pain and turning it into a platform. Taking your wound and turning it into wisdom. Taking your struggle and turning it into a system. Taking your transformation and turning it into transmission. So that what you learned doesn't die with you. So that what you figured out becomes accessible to others. So that your one life creates impact in countless others. And when you're 80 years old looking back, you won't regret the risks you took to build this. You won't regret the vulnerability of sharing your story. You won't regret the investments you made in yourself. You won't regret the clients you served. You'll only regret it if you don't try. If you let the victim story win. If you keep the transformation private. If you let fear stop you from building something that matters. Your story isn't finished. It's being written right now, in this moment, with this choice. You can keep writing the same chapter you've been writing for years, or you can start a new one. The pen is in your hand. The page is blank. The architect is waiting. What are you going to write next? And more specifically, What are you going to build? Not just internally, externally. What are you going to create that didn't exist before you transformed? What service are you going to offer? What product are you going to make? What community are you going to build? What content are you going to share? What business are you going to start? What impact are you going to have? Because transformation without application is just interesting personal development. Transformation with application is world-changing. You have a choice about which one you want yours to be. The victim tells the story and stays stuck. The architect tells the story and builds a bridge for others to cross. Which one are you choosing to be? Not someday, today, in this moment, with your very next action. The world doesn't need more victims sharing their wounds. The world needs more architects building pathways through pain. It needs your system. It needs your wisdom. It needs your specific transformation, because someone out there is going through exactly what you went through, and they need to know it's survivable. They need to know there's a way through. They need to see someone who made it to the other side and is extending a hand back. That someone is you, if you're willing, if you're brave, if you're committed. The transformation you've done qualifies you. The life you've lived gives you credibility. The pain you've processed gives you empathy. The system you've developed gives you something to teach. You have everything you need. The only question is whether you'll use it. So, here's your final practice, your final decision point, your final choice. You're going to write down right now the one thing you're going to build in the next 90 days as a direct result of your transformation. Not a vague intention, a specific buildable thing. A coaching offer, a course outline, a content series, a community, a product, a service, something. And then you're going to reverse engineer the steps. What needs to happen first? What needs to happen second? What needs to happen third? You're going to create a timeline. You're going to schedule the actions. You're going to tell someone about it for accountability. And you're going to start building. Today. Not when you're ready. Not when you feel confident. Not when circumstances are perfect. Today. Because every day you wait is another day someone who needs your help doesn't get it. Every week you delay is another week you're not creating the financial freedom your transformation could provide. Every month you put it off is another month you're not living in full alignment with your architect identity. The cost of waiting is massive. The risk of starting is minimal. What's the worst that happens? You try and it doesn't work perfectly. You learn, you adjust, you try again. That's the architect process applied to business. What's the best that happens? You build something that supports your life financially while transforming others' lives meaningfully. You create legacy. You prove that your suffering wasn't wasted. You become living proof that transformation is possible and profitable. The gap between those two outcomes is just action. Consistent, imperfect, strategic action over time. You already know how to do this. You've been doing it for the past 90 days with your personal transformation. Now you're just applying the same principles to external building. And here's what will happen as you build. You'll transform even more. Because teaching forces clarity. Because serving forces growth. Because building a business from your transformation will surface every remaining victim pattern you have. And you'll have to architect your way through each one, which will make you better at what you do, which will make you more valuable to clients, which will make your business more successful. It's a virtuous cycle. The people who transform but don't share stay stuck at a certain level. The people who transform and share break through to levels they couldn't imagine. Because you can't teach something without mastering it more deeply. You can't hold space for others' transformation without deepening your own. You can't build a business as an architect without becoming more architectural. The external work accelerates the internal work. So, this isn't just about making money, though that matters. This is about completing your transformation by using it in service of others. This is about taking everything you've learned and letting it compound through impact. This is about being someone who doesn't just escape their own prison, but comes back with tools to help others escape theirs. That's the invitation. That's the challenge. That's the opportunity. You've done the hardest part. You've transformed yourself. Now comes the part that gives it all meaning. Building something from it. Creating something because of it. Serving someone through it, leaving something behind because you were here. Your story isn't finished. Your transformation isn't complete until it's transmitted. Your architect identity isn't fully realized until you're helping others architect theirs. This is the final chapter of Victim to Architect. From personal transformation to collective impact. From private healing to public service, from survivor to guide, from student to teacher, from transformed to transformer. You're ready. You have what it takes. You know what you need to know. You've built what you need to build internally. Now it's time to build externally. To take the blueprint you've created for your own life and offer it to others. To stop hiding your transformation and start sharing it. To stop minimizing your wisdom and start monetizing it. The world is waiting. The people who need you are waiting. The life you're meant to live is waiting. The legacy you're meant to leave is waiting. The architect you've become is ready to build not just for yourself, but for others. The only question remaining is, will you? Will you take the risk? Will you make the offer? Will you share the story? Will you build the business? Will you serve the people? Will you create the impact? Will you leave the legacy? Will you complete the transformation by transmitting it? Your answer to that question determines everything, not just for you. For everyone whose life you could change if you're brave enough to try. For everyone who's waiting for someone like you to show them the way. For everyone who needs to know that transformation is possible because they see you living proof. So answer the question, not with words, with action. Build something. Start today. Your story isn't finished, but this chapter is. The next chapter is about what you create from everything you've learned, about who you serve with everything you've gained, about what you leave behind when you're gone. Write that chapter well. Build it with intention. Create it with courage. Share it with generosity. Monetize it with integrity. And watch as your personal transformation becomes collective revolution, one client at a time. One student at a time, one life at a time. That's the architect's legacy. That's the completion of the journey from victim to architect. That's what's possible when you don't just transform yourself, but use that transformation to transform the world. Now go build.